Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
Get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have a spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride.
Hello, what's good, and welcome to the new Season 3 of the Snapdragon Pro Series. Today we'll be covering Asphalt 9, the Open Finals, and our cast of characters is a mix of old and new.
One of the familiar faces is Elite Joe. After a disappointing finish in Season 2 that ended in an uncharacteristic rage quit, he's seeking redemption in the Android bracket tonight. He promised that this time, no matter the result, he's going to give it his all.
And the newcomer in the iOS bracket with a very interesting story to tell is RPM Al. Not only is he amazing in Asphalt 9, but he also holds an impressive record in Tony Hawk Pro Skater. A true gamer through and through, he'll certainly be a threat tonight.
That said, there are 6 other players competing for their share of the $5,000 prize pool. So let's not wait any longer. Let's dive right in. Friends, this is the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Yeah, can't stop, won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not. stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion, we put in this time. Look. You won't stop my stride. I'll just break your line. I don't tolerate wasted time. Take us down, keep fighting.
Hello, friends, and welcome to a new season of the Snapdragon Pro Series. We're jumping into the third one this time around, and we are back with some Asphalt 9 action. I'll be your host. I'm F. Dot, but I've got some experts from the Asphalt 9 world alongside me. Say what's up. It's Furum and Marf. Marf, you're back. Good to see you again.
Dude, I'm so incredibly excited to be back once again, and of course joined by you guys. I'm so happy you guys can join me today. This is going to be awesome, and I'm super excited.
Yeah, I'm super excited to be back as well. I know these players will have a great show for us today. Lots of returning people, but some new racers as well. So I'll be interested to see who will run away with the victory.
Yeah, we've got a great show lined up for you guys, as per usual, but we even juiced it up from last time. So last time around, we had an iOS bracket and an Android bracket. Same deal, but now we've added a double elimination style, so even more action. On the iOS side, we've got 999 versus Too Fast, and then Para going up against RPM's Al. Marf, what can you say about the guys on iOS?
Oh my gosh, this is an interesting bracket because half of these players are making their first appearance, and that is going to be super interesting because that is the opposite to what we'll get into later. But that means we're in for some very spicy action because we don't know what to expect for half of this bracket and potentially all the way up to the best of 5 grand finals that we will see later on. And again, this, like you said, double elimination bracket, never before seen in this type of competition. So how are these players going to adapt and react to that? We'll just have to wait and see.
I mean, that's the fun part about open competition. Anyone and everyone can step up. So we have some unknown quantities, but here on the Android side of things, a little bit different. Furum, a lot of these names, if not all of them, are well known.
Yes, that's right. I believe that every single one of these players is a veteran of the Snapdragon Pro Series. In particular, Elite Joe and Diesel Dragon had a bit of a bet that didn't go quite according to plan in the last one. And I know that CJ and RPM Pickle had very close qualifying times in their rounds. So regardless of who we get in the matches, I think this is going to be an extremely close battle.
Without a doubt. And I mean, all across the board, even with our unknown quantities, I think we're going to see something similar. But whether it's close, whether it's far, it doesn't matter how much you win by. As long as you win, you're taking home $1,200. Now, keep in mind, this is for each bracket, so there will be 2 #1 winners. But as we said, this is the open finals. So everyone here is eating. Even if you come in 4th place, you're still taking home a couple of $100, which is absolutely what these guys deserve. A lot of work goes into being this level of competitor. And so, you've earned it. But how much will you earn? That's the big question. Let's dive right in, though. On our iOS side of the world, we've got our first matchup. RPM Al is going to go head-to-head against Para, who put up this time right here. Marf, what can you tell us about what you've seen out of Para?
Yeah, so Para is an amazing competitor. His first appearance, he went all the way to the grand finals. Can you imagine that? Being in that sort of situation must have been very anxiety-inducing. But here we see their qualifying lap, which was just amazing. Super clean and concise. Caribbean is a very tricky track to master, but Para was just slippery throughout the whole way. No issues whatsoever. Amazing wall riding. So I'm expecting great things from Para. Back at it again, coming from a grand finals appearance from their first time. So I have very high hopes. I'm really curious to see how far Para will go this time around. Double elimination bracket is different, but I think that should be in his favor just in case maybe some nerves get to him in the first section here. But again, I'm super excited because Para, all the way from the grand finals, that's nothing to scoff at. So we're gonna have to wait and see how far they can get this time around.
Well, standing in Para's way is going to be RPM Al. This guy, a little bit of a slower time here on the qualifier, but I mean, to break all that down, Furum, why don't you tell me a little bit about Al?
I mean, RPM Al was a third place finisher, I believe, in the first ever Snapdragon Pro Series. And here we see in his qualifying event, we have the Rimac on, or the Rimac C2 in particular, actually on Greenland. Now, this is a track that definitely shows off the players just how well they can adapt to the different situations, because you've got lots of longer and straighter sections. You've also got these twisty parts. And I do think that he's definitely using them to his advantage in this case, going up these barrels. And yeah, it's back to you, Tom. I think that will be all for RPM Al.
Yeah, when it comes to Asphalt 9, listen, there's a lot of flips, there's a lot of twists and stuff, and that's something that Al is actually he knows all about it from his past. We touched on it in the opener, but I want to dive a little bit deep. RPM Al has a record in Tony Hawk Pro Skater. Let's talk to Al and see how that affects him and his approach to, well, everything.
Well, Tony Hawk was one of the first games I had a big passion for. Really loved the game. So I got to the point where I started, I bought a recording software, and I wanted to be the first player on the PlayStation 2 platform to get 1 billion points. So it took me forever, but I was 15, 16 at the time. I had all the time in the world, kept going, and until I finally got the 1 billion points and impressed my teammates, and it felt really good. It does really translate, because I remember all the grinding I had to do in Tony Hawk when I got that 1 billion point combo. I remember all the frustrations when I was, I guess in Asphalt 9 you call it wrecking. Over there in Tony Hawk was bailing. And it translates over because you get used to hurting and then just going and doing it over and over until you get it right. And it also helps with your reflexes. Like it really trains your reflexes when, especially a game like Tony Hawk, where you have to constantly press the buttons at a certain time quickly. It helped a lot with that. And not just that, it just in life in general, like I believe that game kind of set me up to be an adult and fall and have to get up again. So I was like really busy, like busier than I've been all year during the time the qualification round started. Just for like self-fulfillment purposes, I wanted to go back to school and finish it. So I was actually in a science class. It's like my last science class that I need to take. So I was studying for that class, basically, for a final that I took on Friday. So yeah, I don't know how I made it.
Shout out Al, big aspirations. You certainly heard what he had to say. Saw it? Not so much. We know that, and we're going to fix that. We'll be right back after the jump with more Asphalt 9.
Gotta get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
Another level, I will never
never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what is meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
Get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I coach, I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have a spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want.
Welcome back, friends. The SPS continues. It's me, F. Dot. I've got Marf and Furum alongside me to break down all of the Asphalt 9 action. Our bad for the tech difficulties, but that should be it. Let's power through and go right to our track schedule so we can show you where all our races are going to be taking place for this round. So we've got Greenland, US Midwest, and then San Francisco. I heard a good breakdown about Greenland, but Marf, what can you tell us about Midwest and San Fran?
Well, both of these tracks are from the original release of the game, so they're very old, very tried and tested tracks. These players should know them very well. It's hard to discover new tricks, but there's always the opportunity for that to happen. But they're both very balanced in terms of straightaways and corners, so I think they'll handle it pretty well. I think it's going to come down to how clean the races are. You know, if they hit any apexes or any walls or anything like that. But overall, I think these players should do really well in those tracks.
Well, the players certainly have a lot of work cut out for them. And as far as y'all in chat, I have a little bit of work for you. So first of all, I want to know who you think is going to win or just who you're rooting for. Twitch Predict, we got it down there. Let me know what's going on. This one's a little bit better. I got free stuff for you, okay? I got a code, SPS_S3. One more time, that's SPS_S3. That gets 5 card packs straight up. By the way, it's also a race. First 500 gets it and runs with it. So get there quick, and we're going to get to the race real quick. Marf and Furum, your turn. Let's go.
Dude, I'm so ready for this. This is going to be super duper fun. I can't wait to get into these races because this action is going to be chaotic. I always love iOS because sometimes it can be demolition derby, but as we get onto Greenland, we're going to be in the Rimac Concept 1, one of the best A-class cars, and all the way at the start, we already have a very big difference in the way these players are taking the routes. Parrot doing an extra 360 that might not be necessary, doing shockwave to get out onto the straightaway, but Al has caught up. Furum, can you let me know what's happening here because it seems to be very chaotic already?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we are definitely in for a treat with this first race here. Both players taking slightly different routes beginning. Wow,
Ooh.
Para, was that a little bit of dirty play I just saw there? Or was it a floaty 360 to get around the corner faster? I guess the world will never know. But at this point, RPM Al is able to get ahead using some 360s to his advantage there to get some better airspeed as they go around these corners heading into the ice section.
Yeah, this is really interesting because, yeah, Para could have done an accidental 360, could have been a bit of a demolition derby request there. I always like to see the wrecks and the dirty plays because I think it's more fun. But as we head out into the straightaway, RPM Al doing some crazy barrel roll tricks, maximizing the airtime, and Para, I think, having a bit of an issue there with those barrel rolls. Oh, trying to get that second ramp, but failing. And he is now falling about a second or two behind as we head onto the second lap into the Volcano straightaway section. Para is not looking very good. I wonder if the nerves are getting to him. Al taking the lower route. Sometimes people take the upper route. If you do a 360, you can utilize that airstream to actually make your car lift. That's exactly what Al's going to do, and Para's following right behind, maybe caught up just a bit, but as we head out into another squiggle section of the second lap, Para is still pretty far behind Al.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm Al at this point, I'm going to be playing it as safe as possible. Para is within probably one wreck from catching up to him. He's just off the map. So if Al plays it safe, doesn't do anything crazy, doesn't like do some insane force barrel or something like that, I think he's going to be fine. And Para's got some work cut out for him. If he wants to catch up, he's really got to take some risks, take some maybe routes that you might not consider to be maybe the safest options in this case. But I mean, honestly, to me, at this point, we're 90% of the way through the race. It looks really like Al's got in the bag. Almost falls on his top, though, on that barrel there, coming up toward the very end of the race. I mean, what do you think, Marv? Do you think Al's just got it?
Oh, he's got smooth sailing to the end. Para really fell behind a lot. He was at 170 miles an hour as Al takes it for the first track here. Para falling very far behind towards the latter half of that second lap. I'm really curious to see what happened. Maybe he accidentally hit a wall or something like that. But this time difference is 6 seconds. That is a huge amount of time. I was not expecting this level of competition to be so different. Again, I wonder if Para being absent for so long in competition, maybe the nerves are getting to him. We saw some accidental 360s. I'm wondering if that's, you know, the case there, but Al was just incredible, railing it down the straights, and he nailed the first place on this track. So maybe we'll see if he can take it again in the second track, because we'll wait for that to come up shortly. But again, man, that was such a large difference in the time. I'm wondering, you know, what happened with Para. Like, I'm hoping he can get his act together. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I'm hoping so too. I mean, it looks like both players knew the track pretty well. It looks like Para might just have tried a little bit too much too soon, and it didn't pay off for him in this race. And Al was able to take the victory there. Also, like you were saying, Para's been away from the competition a bit longer. Al has a bit more of that recent practice. He's got some of that consistency. And, you know, consistency, as we know from his whole thing with the skating game, he's definitely got that to show. And I think that's definitely going to come into play here. What do you think, Mar?
Yeah, I think Greenland is such a different track too, and like we mentioned, it's a recent addition, so maybe that's the reason why Para had those issues coming into it. Hopefully he'll be more comfortable on these next couple of tracks. Well, if we get to that third track, we'll have to wait and see, because it could be a quick 2-0, sending Para down to the lower bracket. Remember, guys, this is a lower bracket double elimination tournament, which is very different compared to what we had before. So that could affect the way that these racers play. Maybe Para is taking advantage of that by doing a bit of a, you know, different take on what his driving style will be. But again, US Midwest Covered Bridge, San Francisco Tunnel Jam, both tracks that these players should be very familiar with. Again, both of these tracks being added all the way back when the game was released. Greenland is a more recent addition. Do you think that there are any new tricks or any new things that these players might have discovered on these tracks?
I don't necessarily think there are a lot of new tricks because, as you said, Marv, these tracks have been out for a long time. These players know these variants very well. However, I do think that is going to mean that even though they might not have any new tricks up their sleeve, there might be some older tricks that they've perfected that they feel more comfortable with, because on Greenland, you know, being such a newer track, any little tricks you might have learned recently just are not going to be safe enough for this kind of competition. But on US Midwest or Tunnel Jam, I mean, they're definitely a bit more closed quarters tracks, let's just say, not quite as open as Greenland. So possibly even some more instances of times 4 360ing, as we might see.
Yeah, I'm very glad that you brought that point up because Greenland is very wide, very open compared to some of the other tracks in Asphalt 9. We see, for example, in Rome, where players are always clashing into one another. It's bumper to bumper all the time, and that's going to be the case with San Francisco and US Midwest. Not like Rome, but they'll be pretty closed off, especially compared to Greenland. So I think maybe some of that, iOS demolition derby might pop up here and there. I'm always excited for that. I love car-on-car action. You can call it car foo if you want. But yeah, I'm excited because those tracks, like we said, they're very well known for these players, and they're also very technical. Greenland, you take advantage of the car's stats. You want to use the top speed and the handling. So sometimes, even though the track might seem simple in that way, it's really about nailing everything as perfect as you can. Whereas with these other tracks, there are a lot more opportunities for airspeed tricks. So things to get your car off the ground and stay there for as long as possible, because in Asphalt 9, your top speed in the air is actually 30% higher than on the ground. So you'll see, why are these cars doing tricks and flips all the time in the air? And that's because they want to maximize their airspeed time, because again, that increases your top speed.
Yeah, it almost makes me think Asphalt 9 should have been the Asphalt game called Airborne. But that's neither here nor there. Yeah, I mean, US Midwest in particular has a whole lot of just different kinds of ramps and places where you could absolutely gain a lot of time to that airspeed. But US Midwest is also notorious for having some incredibly, not necessarily challenging sections, but risky sections that, I mean, since the tracks have been out since the game's release, players will have had a lot of chances to get better with. But, if I had to guess, we might see some of those plays here by some of these players, especially if somebody gets behind and really needs to catch up. We might see some risky plays there.
Yeah, there's lots of funny shortcuts and things that these players can take advantage of, and we have certainly seen our fair share of wrecks when those players try to attempt that if they're very far behind, especially in the Snapdragon Pro Series. We've seen a lot of wrecks on US Midwest specifically, which is always kind of funny to see. And these players are always, they understand that the risk that they need to take, so sometimes they wreck and might rage quit, which, is a funny nod to what we'll see later on, but also sometimes they wreck and they know that they had to go for it and there wasn't really anything else they could do, so they'll put an emoji in chat, which I always find to be very funny. And what the funniest thing I found was, especially when the race is almost decided, the players will start to type in emojis in the chat, which is very funny. But I'm really hoping, again, US Midwest is one of those tracks where it's a very nice balance of curbs and straightaways. And so speaking of US Midwest, we're going to get right into it. Para leading the way here with the Rimac Nevera. And I want to talk about that for a second as well, because these players are switching cars here. We went from the Rimac Concept 1 to the Rimac Nevera, and what that also means is switching performance tiers. Can you tell us a little bit about what the differences between these cars might be?
Well, between the Concept 1 and the Rimac C2, the C2 is definitely, overall, I would say, a stronger car. Now, that being said, both cars are very good in their own rights. The Concept 2 is in Class S, and the Concept 1, or the C2, I should say, is in Class S. The Concept 1 is in Class A, so there's going to be that difference, but they're both very good in their respective classes. The Concept 1 is faster for sure. Both cars have great just handling ability, and they're fairly agile all around. I know that the Rimac C2 is known by a lot of players to be one of the best cars, especially if you have it golden for classic multiplayer, just due to its well-roundedness. And the Concept 1, while not as popular of a car, is still, I would say, fairly well regarded. And while we might not see quite as much craziness in terms of the speed, we're still going to see some interesting plays here with that car, I do think.
Yeah, I think one of the most interesting points about these cars is they're both electric. And in Asphalt 9, that usually means extremely good acceleration. And when we're going into the nitty-gritty about the different playstyles that these players can have, we talk a lot about nitro. So there's 3 layers of nitro: single, double tap, and shockwave. Shockwave is going to give you the biggest boost of acceleration, but it's going to use up your bar very quickly. Now with these cars, because you have such an advantage in terms of acceleration, sometimes what you might see is the players go out of a corner, and instead of drifting a bit more to save up for Shockwave, they might immediately trigger double tap Nitro just because the acceleration of these cars is so good anyway, they don't need to worry about Shockwave. So I'm very interested to see, because that sort of gameplay style has started to evolve, and a lot of the pro players are opting to trigger Nitro as soon as they get out of the corner using double tap instead of drifting longer, waiting till Shockwave. So I think we saw that a bit on Greenland just because of the way that the corners work, but I'm curious to see if we will also get a chance to see that happen in US Midwest and possibly San Francisco if we go to that third map. But yeah, I think that gameplay style is always evolving. I love that these players always find these different tips and tricks to maximize their lap times.
Yeah, I'm definitely expecting to see something like that on this track as well, especially with the Concept 1, because the thing is with the Rimac C2, because it's a faster car, there's going to be more, or it's going to be better in a lot of cases to save up for that Shockwave, even though the car has such a great acceleration, so it can get up to that top speed quicker. But the Concept 1 being not as fast of a car, absolutely. I mean, with as an amazing of an acceleration as that thing has, I mean, you're really not going to need Shockwave a lot in that car. You're going to need to use that just double tap Nitro a lot of the time. And absolutely, I mean, with the playstyles evolving just over time, I'm very curious to see if we're going to see anything new in this series that we haven't seen in past series. I mean, it seems like every year some new trick or something is being shown to us. I mean, we had the brake nitro trick, and then later on we had the floaty drifting. I mean, what do you think? Are there any new sorts of particular, I guess, play styles or tricks overall that we might see this season?
Yeah, I think especially with Greenland, now that that track is in the circuit, I'm thinking hopefully we'll see some interesting things with the geysers and the way that the airplane moves and affects the air around you. That's going to be interesting to see if any of the players know how to take advantage of that mechanic. But also, like you said, floaty drifts, brake nitro trick, those things have come along. But recently as well, the nitro tap or the nitro punch as you're in the drift has also become a big part. But now we're going to get into it and see if these players pull off these tricks in real time as Para leads RPM Al. Oh, they're right on top of each other. As we go into US Midwest, going on top of the warehouse, Al takes the quick lead here, going into the straightaway, into the corner. That was some insane contact. Nobody wrecked though, which is awesome to see. Now Para is still in this. It's only maybe around half a second of a difference. So Furum, what is going to happen? Do you think Para is going to catch up?
I mean, I'm not sure. RPM Al just took an insane early lead there with his double barrel and a Shockwave. I thought for sure he was going to knock down Para when he landed on him, just right on that other barrel. But it looks like that wasn't to be. And because of that, we do have a closer battle here. Para, I would say, falling a bit further behind. RPM Al just seeming to run away with it here. I mean, RPM Al, he's probably got to make a mistake at this point if Para has any chance of catching up. They're both taking as many of the routes with speed tricks and everything as they can. Not really any players making any particular mistakes. Al was, well, there Al hits the truck. Not entirely sure if that was intentional or not, but he does have that early lead and he can afford a few mistakes. But I do think, again, it's definitely on his prerogative to play it as safely as possible. And that's what I'm expecting to see from him throughout this race.
Yeah, started out strong for both players, just like with Greenland, but eventually Para really started to lag behind. I think because his lines weren't as good. We've seen a couple of accidental 360s, and especially in this track, we've seen some wide lines, like what you saw right there, Para scraping the edge of the wall. Sometimes you want to do a wall ride, but other times you really don't because you might be on the wrong trajectory. But Al is coming into the final straightaway of this last lap here, and I think he's about to take this 2-0, sending Para into that lower bracket match. Again, Para is not eliminated, and ooh, there's an accidental 360 into the wall, but we're going to focus on Al here, crossing the finish line. No sweat absolutely whatsoever. What a clean race from Al. Congrats. And he's going on, continuing in the upper bracket.
And we see that little emoji there at the end from Para, as you were talking about earlier. Just a little fun surprise emoji at the end of the race. But yeah, RPM Al just took that one pretty handily, I would say, and it was almost entirely due to this initial just pass at the very beginning. I think he might have knocked Para out of the way a little bit, and ever since that point during the race, he's just pulled further and further away. Al was not perfect perfect throughout this race, but it was definitely, but the thing is, he didn't have to be, because he got that early lead. He got that early knock on Para, not a knockdown, but a knock back. I'm not sure if that's what we can call it, but in any case, yeah, he was just, that's just insane. Tom, what do you think?
I mean, I thought it was pretty nuts too. Al came through. I think race number 1 was what, a 6-second differential. That's kind of huge. And then yeah, second one kind of similar. I mean, lucky for Para, there is a second chance as they jump down to the bottom side. But yeah, I think Al earned that one pretty hard. Let's take a gander. And Para's gonna wait for the loser of NYC Too Fast and 999. The loser will go ahead and get their second chance versus Para, whereas Al waits for the winner of that match. So a lot of races to kind of get through here and watch. But also, one of the things that we mentioned was that these players are kind of unknown quantities, and how the players are going to strategize and approach the tracks. Well, that's one of the big deals about this format. We get to see more of them and write down everything that they got. So 999 is going to be the one that we're talking about first. His opponent Too Fast, we'll get there. We're going to slow it down a little bit and see how 999 kind of takes the field. Furum, what can you tell me about this guy?
Well, 999, if I know correctly, he is new to the Snapdragon series, and this is his qualifying run on the Caribbean, again using the Rimac Concept 1, a very great car for this track. Caribbean is definitely known as one of the twistier tracks in the game. Not a lot of opportunities to get up to a long amount of speed, but we can see here he is using some of these brake nitro, or the punch drifting around the corners to get a better speed around there. The car has great drifting, and he's using that to his advantage to take the best routes on this track, just shock weaving whenever he gets the opportunity, but cutting it short because you do not want to use up all your nitro. This car does have a good amount of nitro, but yeah, with that, we can see him coming up toward the end of the race there, and yeah, that was the qualifier for 999.
Well, Too Fast is going to be across the way, and again, relatively unknown here, Marf, but we get a chance to kind of watch some of the replay from the qualifier. So give me the quick and dirty as we get a chance to see how he got here.
Yeah, so he's using the Rimac Nevera on the same track that we just saw earlier, Greenland. Bit of a different variation, but what I'm curious to see is, does he live up to the name? I mean, New York City is in fact in Asphalt 9. Will we see that as a part of the circuit? Does he have something secret up his sleeve for that? But either way, this lap was extremely clean and crispy. The Nevera is such a good car for this type of track. You can really use your top speed, and that's exactly what NYC Too Fast did, all the way up to, I believe, around 270 miles per hour, which is amazing. And again, using that shockwave to take advantage of that acceleration was just so nice. And again, those 360s, nothing extra, nothing, you know, you don't see him taking anything too wide or anything like that. So that's really going to keep that lap time down, using the geyser gust there to take advantage of those different routes. And this lap, like I said, super clean, really using every single little ounce of the juice out of this Rimac Nevera.
This is the matchup as far as I'm concerned. It's all about the tracks. So we're doing it again. We're doing Greenland, US Midwest, and San Francisco if we need it. If you're just joining us, RPM, Al, and Para only went 2 games, so we didn't actually get a chance to see San Francisco. If Too Fast and 999 are better matched, or let's say more evenly matched, that means we'll get a chance to see that third track. And I'm obviously always rooting for some extra asphalt, so that's what I want to see. But let me know what you guys want to see in the chat. As always, we're guys asking you for some predictions, but also I want to remind you guys that there are some free stuffs. You can get free stuff by typing in the code SPS_S3. First 500 get it, and that's it. So you definitely want to be on top there for sure. But guys, Marf, are you ready?
Is that even a question? Of course I'm ready, man. I'm super excited to get into these races. Mr. Purple Man, are you ready?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, after an insane first battle, yeah, I'm definitely hoping to see something insane again from these guys, and I'm sure we're going to see it. Now, what I was hoping for was to see if NYC Too Fast would be on NYC and go too fast, but it doesn't look like that New York City is one of the tracks this time around. We are starting out on Greenland, Too Fast versus 999. Let's see what they can do with the Rimac concept. It looks like 999 taking an early lead here. He's taking the most commonly used route, I would say, through here. And yeah, so he's definitely, he's getting up there, but unfortunately it looks like NYC was not able to stay in that lobby.
Yeah, unfortunately, we had a bit of a tech issue there with some network connections. It's been happening all day with the internet. I mean, lots of other apps have been going down. It's really weird. But that was an interesting point that you brought up because, yeah, this is going to be the same 3 tracks that we saw last time. So, however, like you said, can NYC live up to his name? Because if we get into a best of 5, if he makes it there, that is going to be a different set of tracks. Maybe New York might be included in there. We'll have to wait and see. But if that's the case, does he have anything secret that he's not telling anyone else? Because he just popped out of nowhere. Again, this is the first time that he's been or appearing on the Snapdragon Pro Series. And I think that's really interesting because, like we've seen, the Android bracket is all veterans, whereas on the iOS bracket, we sort of got this 50-50 split, half new players, half veterans of the scene, been here for a while. So again, I'm curious to see now that these brackets have shifted a bit. I'm really looking forward to the races between the new blood and the old blood, because usually that's where we get the most interesting, battles and whatnot. Lots of times in different sports and esports, what you look for is when a new player comes onto the scene, they bring completely new play style, something that nobody else has never thought of, and that completely changes the meta. Again, like you mentioned previously, all the time there's new stuff being introduced in Asphalt 9. Now, we have an amazing community. Players share tips and tricks all the time. There's big clubs, people join, it's really friendly, but I can imagine that some of these players are saving their strats for when it matters the most, and of course, that's here and now in these tournaments. So I'm really curious to see if these players, because they're new, if they have any sort of play styles that we're not expecting.
Absolutely, and that's something that I think we've seen a lot, and it's kind of curious because there's this juxtaposition between all the new players that you were talking about. So not only can the newer players, learn some of the old tips and tricks that the more veteran players have had, but the people who have been around for a long time may have gotten stuck in their ways, as you might say, and can have something to learn from these new players. And so, yeah, with a name like NYC Too Fast, I'm curious to see what he has up his sleeve to live up to this Too Fast name. And I definitely think we're going to see some interesting battles between these two. Now, the interesting thing here is that because I don't believe we've seen either of these players before, we don't really have anything to go off of. I mean, we don't really have any way of predicting who's going to come out on top. It's a blank slate.
Yeah, so the only really thing that we have are those qualifier laps, which, again, let me remind you guys here, those qualifier laps you can redo as many times as you want before the qualifier ends. So we're talking thousands of potential tries for these players to get every last millisecond squeezed out of their times, whereas here and now, it is all or nothing in a 1 versus 1, and it's live. There are contact and everything, so these players have to play very differently. 999 starting out here. We might have seen another unfortunate disconnection, but oh well. I mean, it's still again, something that these players haven't really participated in before, especially because these players haven't participated in this type of format yet. Qualifying laps may be the only thing that they know. It might be super daunting or anxiety inducing once you see, like, wait, there's another car on the track. What is that guy doing here? What in the world is going on? So again, are these players going to play differently? Because not only do you have that lower bracket potential of playing safe, but you also have that completely new racer on the track with you.
Yeah, and it's definitely worth talking about this distinction between the qualifying rounds and the finals, because like you were saying, in the qualifying rounds, you can try as many times as you want. But in the finals, you're racing against one other person live, and there's no redo. You can't just, if you wreck, you can't say, oh, I'm gonna go use another 2 tickets and restart and play this over and over again until I get a good time. No, you have to be constantly on it. You have to be constantly playing your best. You really don't get any downtime, and that is definitely something different because I mean, these players, they won't have as much time to practice, and they really can't necessarily practice against their opponent. That is a completely new component to this, because they can practice on the tracks all they want, but against another person, they may have no idea of the other person's play style, if they're going to play dirty, if they're going to play clean. And that's really the name of game of these finals. You just really don't know what to expect.
Yeah, it might be, for example, taking someone who's just learned how to drive, taking them from the coast of Big Sur, and then dropping them right on the 405 in LA at the peak of rush hour traffic. Like, what's going on? Why are there a million cars right next to me? So it's a completely new environment for these players, and you got that whole live component, not to mention the prize money's on the line, the prestige, being a legend, winning. That's all going to create so much more anxiety than sitting in your room at 3 a.m. qualifying and, playing the same race 100 times in a row. That's something these players don't have experience with. And I know we go on and on about all of this, but it's such a different experience, right? I mean, I talked with players at the live events, and they say that it really does feel different than just playing online by yourself. They have that added component that you have to take into consideration. Some players cope with it better than others. Some players think about it differently. Like you said, could they play aggressively? Could they play passively? That's something you have to keep in mind, and always keep your eye on the rearview mirror, because there might be someone in your backside waiting to knock you out.
Yeah, there might be, and that's something that these players definitely do have to keep in mind the entire time that they're racing. You cannot just sit back and relax at any point. You've really got to keep going with it. And that's something that we're going to continue to see throughout these races. And I'm really just curious to see how this will play out across the board. Because with this whole distinction, I mean, one thing you have to think of is that these players may never have competed in a similar situation such as this before. I mean, there's daily events in Asphalt 9 all the time where you compete in time trials, you compete for rewards there. But here you have a lot higher stakes. I mean, there's real world consequences to this in the end. And I mean, something else is that might be another way, or another reason why we see these players might possibly make some more mistakes than they might in their qualifying rounds. And here we do see that 999 and NYC Too Fast have begun their race together. 999 takes an early lead with NYC Too Fast not too far behind. We'll see if he becomes too fast for 999, but that remains to be seen. 999 taking an early lead here. We'll have to see. Does he take any of the geysers? He does, actually. It's kind of interesting. So the way they work, they're a feature that is only available on Greenland. You pretty much just go right over them, and they boost you up into the air. And at this point, 999, I mean, he looks to have just gotten slightly further and further ahead, but NYC Too Fast, only about a second or so behind. Do you think he has a chance to catch up?
I think there's a very good chance. This is very different compared to the first race we witnessed. These players are a lot closer together. There's still a sizable gap between 9 and NYC Too Fast, but I think there's much more potential. 99 flipping on his back like a turtle, recovering it like an absolute legend. That was almost a complete disaster, but he manages to pull it off as we head into lap 2. That gap has shortened, but 9 has saved himself from an absolute disaster of a wreck. That would have been terrible, but he pulled it through, and I'm so surprised that he's still driving like nothing ever happened as we go on to the second lap. NYC Too Fast just about recovered that barrel roll as well. The gap is ever so slightly decreasing here as we head onto the geyser section, but that was an interesting start. I think NYC Too Fast now might have confidence in order to pull this back, but 999 is booking it down. I think he's got anything to lose here. He's driving like there's no tomorrow.
Yeah, I think at this point, 999 has just really got to try to not let that happen again on the second lap. I mean, while it worked out okay for him there, occasionally these cars seem to have invincibility on their tops. Other times it is not so easy, let's just say. That very easily could have turned into an NYC lead in the second lap, but it didn't. 999 got lucky with the physics there, and I'm curious to see if he takes the the same route on the second lap on this section, or if he changes it up a bit. No, it looks like he's taking a safer approach, as you might expect. I mean, 97% of the way through the race. At this point, it is game over. 999 takes the victory, even with a kind of insane stunt toward the beginning.
Oh, that was such a great recovery. I think if it weren't for that and the quick thinking, he would have definitely lost that first race. But that was definitely some interesting racing there. Contact at the beginning, NYC Too Fast initially coming out on top of missing that barrel roll, and that allows 999 to get ahead really quickly using that gust of wind to literally launch himself up. And that recovery, oh, is so clean and beautiful. Yeah, sometimes you'll wreck if you land on your top, but sometimes you won't, and NYC knew how to handle it perfectly, and that led him to the finish line there on this first best of 3. And again, if they lose this best of 3, they're not out. They just go to the lower bracket, which again, new to this type of format. But I'm still so surprised that NYC, he couldn't take advantage of that. And 9, he recovered that. That was, I'm still looking at that in my head. That looks like something out of a movie.
Yeah, me too. I mean, that's the kind of thing that whenever I flip over on my top, whenever I'm in the air in that split second, I'm always thinking, am I going to just completely wreck and be out of it? Or is some insane stunt going to happen, just like we saw there with 999, and it's just going to be the coolest thing to put as a stunt highlight. In this case, it turned out well for him. He may have lost a little bit of time there, but in the end, he did not let it frazzle him. I mean, it seems like 999 has nerves of steel, at least in this very first race. I mean, being in the first race, you don't have quite as much to lose. If something happens, you still have an opportunity to come back. But I definitely think coming into the second race, we'll definitely start to see, we might start to see these players' nerves frazzle a little bit.
Yeah, I think we've started to see these play styles become more established from that first race. It was very informative because we saw NYC taking more safe routes. Like we saw at the beginning of the lap, he opted not to try for that barrel roll. No, he was in a bit of a weird situation, but who knows, he could have forced it. But 9, on the other hand, he's going for all these crazy jumps, landing on his backside, flipping back over. So I think we've got a little bit of a pattern here that we might be seeing in this second race. I'm curious to see, will 9, keep that same very aggressive risk-taking style? Will NYC sort of lay back and wait for 9 to wreck or something like that? But again, into Midwest here is a very old track. These players should know it very well. Double barrel roll on top of each other. NYC Too Fast has wrecked. 9 is going to gain an extreme lead coming out onto this first lap, and that's so unfortunate for NYC Too Fast. It's early, which means there is potential for recovery. But Furum, what do you think? Is there potential for that recovery?
I mean, I think there is the potential. 999, as we've seen from the first race, definitely tends to probably be a more aggressive player. So I would think there is a chance that he still plays a little bit too aggressively, possibly gets a little wreck, and NYC is able to catch up. But honestly, if 999 is smart, he'll change up his playstyle a little bit. I know that's not something that players like to do a lot of the time, but I mean, if I were 999, I'd be thinking at this point, I was able to show off my maybe more aggressive moves in the first race there, some of my more crazy stunts, and in this second race here, when I've got the early advantage, when I've really, got nothing to lose, or he has a lot to lose at this point, so he can just play it safe and probably take the victory without too much of an issue. I mean, he's just flying away with it right now.
Yeah, we're seeing about a 20% distance lead here from 9. I think NYC was going over some of that rough terrain without using Nitro, which meant his top speed, well, that shrank very quickly, which is very unfortunate. NYC, it looked like he almost started to give up after that wreck, which is a bit unfortunate for sportsmanship. But again, he's not out. He can go down to that lower bracket. And what I love in any classic esports series is that lower bracket run all the way to the grand finals. I love to see it. So I hope NYC doesn't feel too disappointed in his performance. Again, first time showing. I don't think you can really be too hard on yourself for that, but we're going to see 9 barrel down this straightaway and about to cross the finish line, taking this series 2-0, sending NYC into that lower bracket match.
Absolutely, and I mean, with even going into the lower bracket match, as you said, there's a chance to get into the grand finals, and I think that's something that should motivate these players, even if they, you know, even if physics happen to them, even if they fall out of the track, they can rest assured that there is still the opportunity for them to get into the grand finals. But there, I mean, 999 was just able to do something wonderful here. I actually think, looking back at these replays, that the fact that NYC landed on 999 might have been what ended up pushing him out of the track. That is not what I would have expected to see there. I mean, with what that looked like, I would have expected NYC to knock 999 down, but it looks like 999 has the plot armor today, and he is able to take that 2-0 lead in the second match.
Yeah, what an incredible finish by 9. Incredible, steadfast racing there. But Asphalt, thanks for coming back, man. Break that down for us, because that was a lot to take in.
I mean, yeah, it really was. Too fast, not really. I like the kind of approach, but at the end of the day, you know, 999 just seemed like the cleaner driver, which really impressed me there. So 999 is going to go ahead and go forward. Let's take a look at the bracket and show you how everything kind of shaken up here, because 999 now positioned to go head-to-head against RPM Al. Now, I said 999 looked real clean, because they did, but Al was like 6 seconds ahead of his opposition of Para. So that one is going to be interesting. What we're going to do now is we're going to see this upper bracket final, and winner waits in the grand finals, and then we'll finish up the bracket a little bit later. But so 999 was a nobody when they came into this one. Now that you've seen him race Furum, what's the scouting report look like?
Oh yeah, I mean, 999 is not going to be a nobody anymore with how well we've seen him drive in these races against NYC Too Fast. I mean, he could become a new staple of these events. We'll have to see what happens later on. But with this insane stunt, I mean, that's going to go down, I think, as one of the best, just one of the best stunts that we have seen in SPS history, honestly.
Michael Bay Racing right there, absolutely. It was fun to watch, and I mean, that's what I signed up for, so thank you to 999, but good luck as you have to go against RPM Al, which, Marf, for my money, might be the best out of the 4 that we've seen, or at least their performance might have been the best out of the 4 that we've seen.
Yeah, I can start to agree with that. I think we'll have to wait and see for this next race to see exactly how all of these groups are going to pan out. But RPM has, or Al, I should say, has that support of, well, RPM, a huge club, lots of support going on there. So maybe he has some tricks up his sleeve, maybe some tips and advice from some of the other veterans from that club who are always making these finals all the time. But Para could also just have those nerves from having such a long absence from competition as well, which is very unfortunate. But again, I think they might be comforted in this lower brackets, tournament, because they have that chance. So I'm hoping we see these players recover.
I mean, it is any given Tuesday, as it's a Tuesday. So it's any given Tuesday when it comes down to competition for sure. But we're switching up the track list here as we head to the upper bracket finals. Himalayas, Buenos Aires, and then Rome. Now, Furum, you guys were talking a lot about Rome, about how close it can be and how, well, kind of dirty it can be.
Yeah, Rome is definitely one of those tracks where we tend to see maybe not even purposefully dirty plays, but Rome has some of the tightest sections of any tracks in the game. And because of that, especially toward the beginning of these races, if players are neck and neck next to each other, they may be trying to keep their distance, but, you know, it's just a one knock against the side, and it could be, you know, it could be over at that point. But these other tracks as well, I mean, Buenos Aires definitely a twistier one, but then Himalayas certainly balancing them out, being a much longer and straighter track.
Well, so far we've gotten 2-0, so we haven't gotten to that third one, but I like aggressive play, so I am definitely rooting for a game 3 so we get a chance to see Rome here. But right now we get a chance to see some more free stuff, 30K credits and 70 tokens on the line here. Use code Snapdragon_NA. Again, got to be quick to get them, but that's your code, 30K credits and 70 tokens for sure. Right now, upper bracket finals, Marf and Furum, take us away.
All right, I'm super ready, super excited to get into this, because old blood versus new blood, we're gonna have to wait and see how these play styles clash. Nine already wrecking. First thing out of the gate, Al taking a sizable lead. I was not expecting to see that, but we're on Himalayas, so the acceleration is going to be very crucial because you want to stay at your top speed for as long as possible. But I'm already getting into the analysis and whatnot, but we should be paying attention to the fact that Al looks miles away. What do you think happened to Nine at the start of that race?
I mean, honestly, I'm not entirely sure. He wrecked before there was almost any chance to wreck. But if I had to guess, it might have been something with that very first ramp. And we know that he did wreck on something. Al didn't push him to the side, from what we could tell. It didn't say he knocked him down. So yeah, I'm just thinking it may be either a mistake or some kind of little fluke on 999's part. But it looks like he's been playing pretty well since then. Unfortunately, though, it doesn't look like he's going to be able to catch up unless Al makes some kind of crazy mistake. And I mean, Al is just looking incredibly strong at this point. I'm curious to see what 999 will do at this section of the track where he wrecked the very first time. Al completely skipping the ramp, just taking it as safely as possible. Looks like 999. Oh, that's where he wrecked, I bet you, on the very first lap. And he had the guts to do it again. I would bet you that he barrel rolled off the side of that ramp there. And I mean, and he wrecked, but on the second lap, I guess he wanted to redeem himself. Oh, but then he wrecks on something else. I mean, this aggressive playstyle, I mean, it's not necessarily doing the best for him here.
No, it's not. We're seeing lots of wacky barrel rolls from Nine. Some of them work, but as we just saw, some of them are not working very well. Al probably has no idea what's going on with Nine. He's probably like, I'm just going to play my own game. I'm going to roll to the finish line. Nine wrecking again. Are we going to have a world record for the amount of times someone has wrecked in the Snapdragon Pro Series? We're going to have to tally that up later. But here we come, Al into the finish line, winning the opening lap here, or the opening track of the upper bracket match, taking Himalayas.
Yeah, I mean, Al definitely seems to be an incredibly clean player overall. Definitely not as aggressive as Nine. And that certainly played the best for him in this race. Nine wrecking 3 times, but Al wrecking none. And getting a sizable 17-second lead in the end, across, or in front of 999. I think that's the most we have seen so far, definitely this season at the very least.
Yeah, you can't count that number on 2 hands, can you? That was a big lead. Al taking it very cleanly here. I think he realized once Nine wrecked, he could probably just skate on by, and I think that's a good mentality to have. You don't want to be too ambitious or anything like that. Maybe Nine tried to go for all those barrel rolls after, just to be like, okay guys, look, I can actually do this, but unfortunately it also didn't work out. It made the lead even bigger. So I don't know if we're going to see a third track for him, because if he's going to keep all of these antics up, he might not even win this next track, which I know F-Dot's going to be a little disappointed about. But what are we going to see in Buenos Aires? Because I believe that's our next track.
I mean, I know you said earlier that that Al just skated by in that first track. I wonder if that was a callback to his billion-point combo. But on Buenos Aires, I definitely think there's a lot more of a chance for it to be a closer race. This is, I mean, it's a closer track. It's a lot more narrow than Himalayas, which does mean, in a sense, that there is more of an opportunity to wreck. But Buenos Aires is also a shorter track, so there might not be as long of an opportunity for them to wreck or anything. So yeah, I'm very curious to see what will happen here. We're starting out on Buenos Aires here. This is also one of the newer tracks to be added to the game. I believe the second or third newest. RPM Al takes a very early lead going around. Ooh, yeah, 999 going a little bit toward the outside there. Al taking the inside around that first corner and taking that early lead there. But they are both incredibly close to each other. Al opting to 360, 999 shockwaving. And man, these guys are neck and neck. This is probably the closest that I have seen so far. I mean, at this point, wow. Now that's going to equalize things a bit. I think we're probably going to get our third race of this series for the first time so far in this series. Yeah, 999 getting that knockdown on RPML. I do not know if that was intentional, but I would certainly not be surprised if it was. And man, it looks like, ooh, Al, maybe not being quite as consistent.
Yeah, that was a single set jump into a flying kick. Al absolutely getting knocked down there, and I think he started to get a little flustered as he tried to do some weird barrel rolls. But Nine is absolutely flying down the second lap. He's got just anything on the line, you know. He wants to be in that first place. He wants to take revenge for what happened. Ooh, a bit of a rector, but he's so far ahead. Is that even gonna matter? I don't think so. You can't even see Al on the mini map. He's all the way on the other side of the darn city. So I think Nine is gonna take this one, and we're gonna go into a third map here as Nine crosses the finish line after going across this last corner here. Congrats to him. He pulled it through. He's showing that he does have what it takes to compete here, and he's gonna take us to that third map, and we'll see Al cross the finish line eventually here. And yeah, very unfortunate that the flying kick happened. Al might not have been expecting that, but that was certainly quite a cinematic event to witness.
Oh yeah, that's not something that you ever really expect to see. And right here, yeah, as we can see toward the beginning here, they were both incredibly close to each other. I mean, playing in their usual playstyles. Al just taking it, not taking it easy, but playing fairly comfortably. And there in the air, 999 taking that, just acting like a torpedo and just getting right onto Al. And then Al messing up a little bit again toward the end of the first lap there. May have frazzled his nerves a little bit. 999's more aggressive playstyle definitely coming into play here, giving him the win in this race. But I'll be curious to see which player is going to come out on top in the third race. Do we think that Al's more collected playstyle is going to win, or 999's more aggressive? And also, will we see anything more aggressive from RPM Al?
Oh, that might be the case. You want to adapt. You want to make sure you change your play style, because I don't know if Al was expecting Nine to be so aggressive. And at first he might have thought, well, if he's going to be aggressive and do whatever he wants to do over there, I'm just going to chill and wait for him to wreck or whatnot. But then he got hit by a torpedo. So you got to adapt to that somehow. That was really fun to watch. I don't think we've seen an in-air flying torpedo kick in Asphalt 9 before, or at least it's been a while. But I'm hoping we see similar action here on Rome eventually once we get into it, because like we've mentioned a couple times before, this is a very thin track. We're going to see some traffic jams on that one, I think, and that's going to be super exciting because we're going to get some bumper to bumper, rail to rail action. And Furum, I think the gloves are off. I think these players are finally getting used to the competition as we move into this final race for this upper bracket match.
And we are indeed on Rome, the track that we have talked so much about so far this broadcast. And again, 999 getting that early insane force barrel, landing right on top of Al, not knocking him down. I think it's possible that there was invincibility toward the beginning of the track. But maybe, again, physics are just working in Al's favor in this case. 999 is a bit further ahead at this point, though. Again, Al, though, just completely chasing him down. I mean, I don't know about you, but I definitely feel like Al might be playing it a little bit more risky here.
Oh, I'm so impressed by Nine, but as soon as I say that, he takes a little bit of a different route, failing to go on that barrel roll jump, but he's pulling out all the stops. Now, this isn't over yet. These players are still both pretty close to each other, a bit of a maybe 10th or so second of a lead from Al coming up, because he was playing a bit more safe. He sort of took that aggressive style, combined it with his own. Nine's going to go for this airspeed, going to allow him to catch up ever so slightly as we see them both crossing the lap line, going into that second track or second lap. And these players have to adapt because sometimes you take this a bit too close, and there you go, Nine accidentally wrecks. I don't think he was expecting to go so fast that he misses the ramp, and that's super unfortunate. I don't think he's going to take this now.
No, I mean, and there it is. That's the answer to our question. Al's, more conservative playstyle versus 999's more risky playstyle. Nine, it didn't pay off for him in this race. He went for that forced barrel on the side of that very low ramp on both laps. Worked out well for him the first lap, not so well the second one. I mean, that's certainly not a trick that I would take in multiplayer. Definitely one I might do in the qualifiers. But that's he's got to adapt. Talking about adaptability, 999 has got to adapt and maybe play a little bit more safely. And not as risky in these finals, because it looks like out here he's just completely taking away with it, not even taking the final barrel for even the slightest chance of a mistake toward the end, and Al takes the victory here. Just about a 3 to 4 second gap, though. Definitely not as much as we might have seen before. That was a very close race, all things considered, I would say.
Yeah, and there we go. I think that is going to be our first Grand Finals participant in RPM out. What an incredible race. Both of these players tried incredibly hard. And look, you got to give respect to both playstyles. I was so excited to see Nine come out full swing, gloves off, no restraints or anything like that. But you also have to respect Al's ability to just maintain focus and not go for anything crazy. And there we see where that race was decided, 9 on the second lap. And there you go, Al crossing the finish line. I am so happy this series turned out to go that extra mile with that third track, because that was super fun to witness.
Oh, me too. I mean, especially after those first couple of matches, which we're good, but we hadn't really gotten that those 3 races before. What do you think about that, F. We got our first set of 3 races.
I mean, I'm always looking for game 3s. Rome was super fun to watch, and I want to see more of it, but I'm going to go ahead and I'll ask Marf the question here. 999 looked pretty good. What's the chances that this was just we see the same matchup in the grand finals?
Oh, I think there's a very big possibility, because maybe he's getting used to his aggressive playstyle when there's another car here. So in that lower bracket, maybe he picks up and turns it up to 11, and we see him go right back to the grand finals. I think that would be a spicy rematch.
Well, this one does go to 11. Let's take a look and see Al sitting pretty in the grand finals, just waiting, taking down 9-9, and of course Para in a 2-0 fashion all the way in the semis earlier on. 9-9 will await the winner of the lower bracket round 2. So Too Fast fell down first, Para fell down after that, and they will have to battle it out. They do get a second chance, but this is their last chance. As far as y'all in chat, well, this is the first of many. We've got a lot more Asphalt 9. We'll see you after the jump.
The Snapdragon Pro Series, powered by Samsung Galaxy, is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Galaxy Z Fold 4, Monster Energy, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force.
Get it, dime on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane.
And RPM Al is sitting pretty in the grand finals, taking down a couple of players that look pretty good, but our third seed out of 4. Imagine that. Al is the first one to find themselves into the grand final. Now, of course, 999 losing in that upper bracket final means they're just chilling. They are waiting for the next matchup, just like the rest of us, and that's going to be NYC Too Fast going up against Para. And so, Para, well, they got O2'd last time around, but Marth, after getting a chance to see what Para can do, what are you thinking as far as this next matchup is concerned? Big picture.
I'm thinking he's got to do everything in his power to get that energy back. Last time he was here, which was his first appearance, he made it all the way to the grand finals. Nobody's ever seen something like that before. So he's got to pull out what he had last time in order to get to that grand finals once again.
And then if you're I'm going to ask you the same thing. You got a chance to see Para on the battlefield so far. What's your take? What's the pulse feel like?
I mean, Para, he did extremely well in his races, just did end up losing to RPM Al in these first ones. He didn't, I would say, do anything particularly wrong necessarily. Al just did everything just that little bit better. We did get that, that crazy stunt out of him though, and I'm very curious and optimistic to see him in this next match.
Well, he was pulling out the crazy stuff on the top side. Now that it's the lower bracket, might be a little bit more reserved, but their opponent is going to be Too Fast out of NYC, or I assume NYC Too Fast is the player's name. That's what I know, and that's what I'm going to stick to. But Marv, different stuff out of this person. How are you feeling about Too Fast versus Para?
Well, I think NYC Too Fast was too fast, but he wasn't too furious enough. He couldn't quite catch up to 9 throughout these couple of races here. He didn't pull out everything he needed to. 9 was, as we know, super risky, going for absolutely every nook and cranny to get as much airspeed and every little thing as possible from his car. And NYC Too Fast just wasn't doing it. I think he had a bit too of a passive play style there. Sometimes a bit of a wreck like we've seen right there, which can be due to just some unfortunate circumstances. But I'm hoping he'll regain his footing here in the lower bracket. But again, this one is going to actually matter. Instead of just, playing it out, playing your field, making sure you're now used to being in a live environment, now it actually matters because elimination is going to be on the line.
These are also going to be some different tracks than what we saw before. US Midwest's coming back, but Shanghai and Cairo definitely going to be different experiences here. Furum, talk to me about Shanghai and Cairo.
Shanghai and Cairo are both tracks that were there since the beginning of the game as well. So we get a full set of tracks here that these players will have had a long time to practice on, a lot of practice on. Shanghai in particular set at nighttime, so might not be able to see, or the players might not be able to see each other quite as well. They're curious to see what will happen there. But Cairo, on the other hand, that's definitely one of the more beloved tracks of the game. Most people like Cairo, Nile River in particular. One of its variants is one of my favorites in the game, but it's definitely more one geared toward higher top speed cars. Does have that giant 360 turn though.
Ooh, that is true. That's a defining feature of Cairo for sure. Defining feature of SPS though, giving you guys free stuff. Use the code Snapdragon_NA. I'm going to say it again, Snapdragon_NA. That gets you 30K credits and 70 tokens for sure. So while you're typing that code in, Marv and Furum are going to bring us to game one.
Oh, here we go. The first lower bracket match. And this one's exciting because now, like I said, this actually matters. We have elimination on the line for both of these players. And I think this is another one of those matchups where we got a veteran coming up against a newcomer. But Para was a bit nervous in that first matchup there. So it's going to be interesting. Both of them taking different routes. Para going for the underhand barrel roll, taking the inside line. Very risky, but I think it might turn out just well. Yeah, he does. No wrecks whatsoever. NYC is going to get this barrel roll, but it's not going to cost him too much. He's still going to be catching up a little bit of time, going a bit lower underhand on this second barrel roll. And these players, they're not too far apart. Definitely still closer than those first couple of matches. Firam, what are we going to expect with both of these players coming into this second lap there as we get to further into our first lap?
Oh man, I'm expecting some crazy plays for sure, because I mean the thing is, at this point, this bracket really does matter. Like you were saying earlier, both of these players have a chance to get into the grand finals. And another thing to think of is that both of these players, NYC Too Fast and Para, got 2-0'd before. Neither of them have any points so far in this tournament. Ooh, and there we see a bit of Carfu, as you said earlier, but nothing quite happened because of it. The players are still incredibly close to each other going into the second lap. Para taking again the lower route. NYC Too Fast following him this time. Para opting to do a 360 there, but it looks like NYC Too Fast might be just a little too fast for him.
Oh my god, we got so many overtakes there in the span of 20 seconds. That was so incredible to watch. It was almost hard to tell who was going to pull out on top. Para falling a bit behind here. NYC, both of them taking inside lines, taking them from each other, making sure to grab that space while it's available. And NYC is booking it down the straightaway onto the next hay bale section. That was really fun to watch. They both were exchanging different routes. And NYC, like I said, he's on top. You can see he's in front. Last time around, though, NYC took a different route at this point. His line was a bit fluffed, and he managed to hit the wall. But this time it's clean, way more concise than last time. He's going to continue taking this lead, and we're about to go onto this last section here of the final lap. Is he going to make sure to maintain the lead? He is. Para's falling a bit behind. This is very clean from NYC Too Fast. I think he's going to take this first lap, or this first track of the lower bracket final, or I'm not final, but hey, I'm getting ahead of myself, but there we go. He finishes. Bit of a victory wreck there, but NYC Too Fast is too fast for Para on this first track.
And I will say this is one of the closer races we have seen so far. They were not more than a second or two apart from each other throughout the majority of the race, taking a bit of a different route in the beginning, and did work out for Para there. But then toward the end of the race, we do see NYC definitely take a bit of a different route, catch up. Para is unable to stop him. NYC just gets a little bit further and further ahead throughout the second lap here. Para taking a very low barrel there. Again, neither of these racers wrecked throughout this race. It was just pure good racing here.
Yeah, that was an incredible race to watch. If you at home are sitting wondering how you can get as good as those players, go ahead and take a look at that last section of the first lap and see how those players managed the space between them, because the way that they handled themselves, they took their line, they could see and anticipate what the other player was doing, and they reacted accordingly. That was some fantastic driving by both racers. I think they found their footing. Maybe those first races from both of them was just a bit of a warm-up stage, something to get used to the jitters, get used to fighting in real time, and I think finally here and now we're going to see some amazing action coming into the second race.
Yeah, that's what I think as well. And I mean, NYC Too Fast getting his first point on the board of the day. Paris still at 0, but he does have a chance in this next race on a new track, Shanghai, to see if he can claim his first point. If he does, then that means we get another match of 3. If not, then he gets another 2-0. And NYC moves on. But I mean, with that race, I mean, we saw a lot of, I'd say, just very good racing. That's honestly just one of the cleanest races we've seen the whole time. And one of the best and closest matchups, because, you know, neither player got all that much ahead of each other. Yes, they did take slightly different routes, but none of the routes they took were necessarily bad. They were just a bit different.
Yeah, you could tell that they were trying to avoid hitting each other as a result of maybe seeing those wreckages in the first couple of tracks there. But hopefully as we move on to this second track, we're going to see even more clean racing. Moving on to Shanghai, a very technical track. NYC Too Fast taking that inside lead with the Rimac Nevera. Did a bit of a car switch up there. Very good top speed and great acceleration as well. Bunch of 360s coming out onto the straightaway. We're going to see a lot of air time. NYC Too Fast still keeping and maintaining ever so slight of a lead. And the knockdown's going to come out. Para was blocked in midair. That is going to be disastrous for Para. Does he have what it takes to keep up?
Oh man, it doesn't look like it at that point. These mid-air knockdowns, they have really come into play a lot this time around, haven't they? First with that mid-air torpedo with 999 on Al, and now NYC Too Fast on Para. I mean, it just looks like at this point NYC Too Fast is going to take it, but of course there is always the possibility he messes up, but he does not seem to be doing so. Here we see both of the players taking the floaty drifts, a way to get around those turns a bit quicker, where you do a 360 in the opposite direction before the corner if you're in a fast car such as the Nevera. And the other thing to keep in mind here is that with the Nevera being a very fast car, this particular variant of Shanghai is very well suited for a car of the speed of this one. And so they're able to stay at their top speed for a lot of the race, which means, you know, not a lot of opportunity for mistakes.
Yeah, you're correct on that one. I mean, for sure, this is, like I said, a very technical track. But NYC Too Fast, this lead has gotten bigger and bigger as time has come by. Para, we saw as soon as he wrecked, he did a weird 360. I don't know if that's signs of giving up, but he's definitely trying to book it as fast as he can now. Maybe, you know, he's trying ever so slightly at the end, praying that something bad is going to happen. But I think I'm happy that both these players finally found their footing, especially when it comes to as a result of their last couple of attempts here. So yeah, looks like NYC Too Fast is going to take Shanghai and Para following behind. And there we have it.
Yeah, it is quite unfortunate for Para. I mean, but it didn't look like he lost hope, or it didn't look like he lost his cool throughout the rest of that race. Even with a 5-second difference in that knockdown, I mean, Para was still doing all of the typical speed tricks you would see. And I mean, it looks like he was just taking it as an opportunity to practice. But here we see the knockdown in midair was not intentional. I can almost say for certainty on NYC Too Fast part. That's just something that can happen when you get a track where at the very beginning, I mean, you have two cars that are going to be neck and neck for a lot of the race, because, you know, this is not a variant of Shanghai where there's a whole lot of different ways that people typically go. So they were very close there, which led to the knockdown, you know, which led to the rest of the race. But I mean, F-Dot, that was an insane last race there. What did you think?
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, we say our first goodbye of the broadcast, and unbiased, but I'm literally in NYC right now, so I'm a little sad to see Too Fast kind of step to the wayside. But with the performance that Para had, I mean, what can you say? Let's take a look at the competition so far, as we are one match away from finding out who will be in our grand final. As we said, we say farewell, and we've got 999 along the way. They're going to be up. They have been waiting in the finals, and they will be headed up against their opposition. So, with that said, let's chat 999. All right, Furum, we've seen them play a couple of times now. Scouting report says,
I mean, I think we're going to see more of what we've seen from 999 so far. He's consistently been one of the most aggressive and risk-taking players so far of the tournament. And even though he did lose in the end to Al, I'm very curious to see if he'll be able to bring it back, if that play style will pay off for him, or if we'll see that it is indeed better to just take it a bit more safely. But 999, I will say, regardless of what happens, he is an incredibly interesting player to watch for certain.
Interesting. I like the interesting word. It's always interesting when a caster uses that phrase. But now we're here, and things are even more interesting. Marf, we've got a chance to see this player a couple of times now, but I want the big picture here. You know what? I am straight up going to ask for your prediction. Does Too Fast win this, or is it 999?
Well, as we saw, Para is playing very, hey, guess what? Interesting. NYC not playing as interesting as maybe he should have. So this one panned out a bit differently as well. But yeah, it's really tough to call, man. We've seen this clash of old blood and new blood. So it's hard to give you a prediction, man. Although I think what we're watching now is that lower bracket first matchup. But now we're going to go into that track list. San Francisco, Himalayas, Buenos Aires. Take us into that transition, Mr. F. because I'm super excited.
Yeah, these maps going to be a lot of fun here. San Francisco, the city by the bay. I like this one myself. Furum, out of the three, what's your favorite?
Ooh, out of these, I gotta say that Himalayas Cliffhanger is my favorite. It's definitely it's somewhat more of a classic track. Although to be fair, San Francisco City by the Bay is the oldest track out of all of these, I do believe. It's actually one of the first tracks that players play on when they first get into Asphalt. And San Francisco City by the Bay is definitely one I think that these players will know like the back of their hand. I don't really expect to see any insane plays on City by the Bay in terms of like crazy risks or stuff like that. But I'm definitely expecting a close matchup on all of these, really.
I mean, that's really what we're here for. We've got some of the best of the best of the best out here battling. One already to the wayside, so we've got 3 players left, and that means it's our third code to give y'all guys out there in Chatland, live_esports. And that gives you 10K credits and 3 card packs. Definitely what you want to get into. And I want to get into our penultimate matchup here on this side of the broadcast. And so that's enough out of me. Bring us the business. Marvin Furum, y'all go.
Ooh, here we go. The lower bracket final. This is going to determine who gets into that grand final. This is going to be super fun. I was about to say interesting, but you know, everything's interesting nowadays. But on San Francisco, neck and neck here. 9 taking that inside early lead. Oh my gosh, this red looks amazing on this car, I do have to say. But 9 taking the inside once again. Oh, and the knockdown's going to come out. NYC Too Fast knocks down. That is going to be an early lead for NYC Too Fast. Furum, can you explain what just happened there?
Oh man, I mean, I think NYC Too Fast definitely learned the power of the knockdown in the last race against Para. Perhaps decided to use it to his advantage in this race here. Of course, we do not know for sure if it was intentional or not. But in any case, I do think it is going to turn out very well for NYC that happened. You know, because 999, you know, he took that very, very early lead. And honestly, if I had to take a prediction, I would have predicted that 999 would have continued to get further ahead until he made a mistake, but NYC kind of made it for him by knocking him down, and now we'll have to see if 999 is able to catch up with him. NYC Too Fast, though, definitely not going to let that happen easily, and as I said before, City by the Bay, not really any kinds of insane tricks and things that we haven't seen before, although he does get a bit of an interesting physics bug on that ramp, getting a barrel for not any particular apparent reason. Heading into this section near the San Francisco Golden Gate Bridge. Now, this is one part of the track where it is I would say there is more of a possibility to make a mistake. The best route is to go over to the left here, take this barrel up above the Golden Gate Bridge, which does give some players issues sometimes, but it looks like here they're both able to take it pretty easily, I would say.
Yeah, NYC Too Fast must be used to city driving here because he's taken the lead and he's about to take this first track here in our lower bracket final, swerving into the end there in a bit of a celebratory little move there. And 9 going to be down 0-1. is he going to get super aggressive next time? Maybe he's going to want to turn it up to 12 instead of 11 as a result of that. But let's go ahead and take a look at what exactly happened this race around. What happened at the beginning that caused 9 to fall behind, because he initially had that lead, but I believe we saw that knockdown there, and there you go. There was the deciding factor this time around. And unfortunately for 9, that sealed the deal. NYC Too Fast taking this 1-0 so far.
Yeah, I think really what happened there was that 999 got that early lead, maybe was feeling a little bit too confident, drifting a little bit too much around those corners. NYC Too Fast comes in with the shockwave, just another torpedo, this time on the ground, but he's able to take him out. And I mean, back to what you were saying earlier, is 999 going to play more aggressive? I think he's going to. He's down 1-0. If he wants a chance of getting into the grand finals, he has to win these next 2 races, which means he has to win the very next race, which means he's got to play somewhat aggressively, because I'm sure he knows at this point, if NYC knocks him down again, it's pretty much over for him.
Look, I know I did give F-Dot a very good answer because I don't like to take, sides, be biased and whatnot, but I do have to be honest. I really loved how 9 played so aggressively so far throughout this tournament. I'm really hoping that he turns it up a notch, brings the heat next time, because yeah, he has to do that in order to bring this reverse sweep. I love that term, reverse sweep. You always love to see a reverse sweep in any esports history. So I'm hoping that he can bring the heat during this second race, because I'd love to see him pull out all of these crazy maneuvers, maybe do some saving on some wacky barrel rolls, really just anything, because like I said, I think his playstyle has been so interesting. So yeah, I'm hoping to see the second race pretty soon. We're setting it up real quick, but NYC Too Fast does have that 0-1 advantage, so he just needs that one more race, and maybe he has the confidence now to take it over. We've seen some of these players fall in the early stages of this tournament because they were maybe anxious, not used to it, because some players took a break, some players are new. So, I think now that these players have found their footing, we're going to see some closer action.
I think we are. And I mean, with NYC, I kind of agree with you on that. I kind of hope that 999 continues on, because I love watching his play style. But if I'm being completely honest with you, at this point, I'd have to say NYC is probably my favorite to win this match, just because of his 1-0 lead and the fact that 999 would need to play both of these next races, win them both, and not make any mistakes in any of them. And with his play style, I'm just not, I guess, entirely confident in that.
No, that's completely understandable. I mean, we've definitely seen him go for crazy maneuvers, and when 9 tries to pull out sometimes, when he tries to bring those stunts, again, we've seen it not work out sometimes. There's a reason why he's in this lower bracket final, because those risks sometimes don't lead to that incredible reward that you're expecting. But here we are on Himalayas, a great track for this Rimac Nevera, really taking advantage of the top speed. And here we go. Let's see if they take that first barrel. They both won't, but they're gonna have to fight for this one. And looks like Too Fast goes underneath. 9 manages to get that second barrel, but they both go separate ways. Usually you see players going for that upper route, but 9 is booking it down the straightaway lower than NYC Too Fast. We'll have to wait and see if that really panned out. Did 9 take a good route? It looks like he did. I was not expecting this, but NYC Too Fast has the ability to catch up on this inside line. He doesn't quite take it, but this 360 might cost him. Sometimes you can't get around the corner as well. Ooh, they both don't opt for that sharp corner. Furum, these are very interesting routes. Is this different than normal, or what you're seeing is something that they're pulling out that might not be usual?
I mean, on this particular track, both of those first routes are ones that players do tend to take. Definitely the top one more often, but the lower one is definitely nothing to be sneezed at. And was it just me, or was 999 driving on nothing in the middle of the air for like 5 seconds? Did he gain sort of levitating powers?
Of it.
Yeah, it definitely felt like he did. There was, I do think there was probably some cliff or something there we really couldn't see. But in any case, he is taking this lower route again. Again, floating in the midair. Maybe maybe that's his strategy. But I mean, I have to say at this point, I was wrong. It does look like 999 is beginning to pull away here. NYC Too Fast getting slightly further and further behind. 999's definitely more aggressive style, taking him to victory in this race, or we'll see if he does very soon.
Yeah, I think he's got a pretty sizable lead, and this is what I was hoping for, man. I was really hoping for him to pull out something unexpected, and he did. I'm usually not used to seeing players go through that lower route, so maybe they know something I don't, and that was really quite nice to see as 9 takes the victory here on Himalayas, extending this series. We are going to a 3rd track, ladies and gentlemen, and I might add, we might see a nice juicy reverse sweep here as we go ahead into the replays right quick in a little bit, because this was some clean racing by both of these drivers. They really had to fight for that first barrel roll, and as a result, I think they changed their minds on which direction they wanted to go. Too Fast taking the upper route, 9 going the other way, and that was really the deciding factor because it let them get different types of airtime, and 9 really pulled out all of the tips and tricks that you might see on this track, and I think it was just a bit better racing from him overall. NYC Too Fast maybe playing a bit too conservatively.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. And 999 not taking any insane risks or things like that that might cause him to lose. And that's something that that honestly I hope to see from him, because definitely leads to a more spicy match. We get to see another match between the two of them. But yeah, back to what you were saying about like the beginning of that race, they both went for that first barrel. I'm assuming they both did intend to go for the top route. 999 though goes a bit too high, falls down a bit too far, and had to take the lower route. Then I'm thinking he figured out that it actually wasn't all that bad, and he decided to do it again purposefully on the 2nd lap, and it turned out very great for him. I know I'm definitely more used to people taking the top route, so I'm curious to see if that bottom route may be faster in some cars. I know this Rimac is, I mean, it's going to be incredibly good on any track, but it did incredibly well on this track too. Cliffhanger, not necessarily one of the most top speed oriented tracks of the Himalayas, one of the most top speed oriented variants, but still definitely a good track for the Rimac.
Yeah, absolutely. There are definitely some variants that are more prone to top speed cars, but this one had a good mix of, I would say, straights and turns as well, and it really let these players shine because we saw just what an effect that one barrel roll can have on your entire route making decision. I mean, just that one blockage there made both of those players probably take different routes than what they were normally used to. And again, that's something we're going to mention a lot, and we already have mentioned, is the fact that there's another car on the track. This is something that they are not used to. So maybe, like you said, they were both expecting to go on that upper route, but because there was someone else there, now NYC had to go through that lower route, and that really changed the way, or changed the whole trajectory of the entire race as a result of that. But I'm super excited because of that, we are getting a 3rd track, so I'm super excited about that. Best of 3s, always love to see them. Reverse sweeps, also love to see them, but I'm not giving my prediction on that just yet, so I'm really excited to get into this 3rd race. And here we go. Buenos Aires, a different variation than last time. NYC Too Fast and 9 trying to battle it out to make their way into the grand finals, not opting for that barrel roll, but 9 will taking it right above and hitting the apex wall. I thought that would lose him more speed than it did, but it looks like he's still barreling it down this next straightaway section onto the air time here going into the stadium. Looks like 9 has a very sizable lead already.
It does, and I mean, 9 is taking pretty much all the shortcuts that he can. He is not letting up for the slightest. He knows that if he wins this race, he will get back into the finals after losing against Al. And, ooh, you know, hold on a second. I think we might have a new winner for best stunt of the series so far. What did he do? Did he hit a building and turn into a helicopter? What was that?
Yeah, I think he was trying to, I don't know, was he trying to become a wrecking ball? It was hard to say, but yeah, he hit the side of the building while doing a 360, and that turned him to a helicopter. NYC Too Fast, on the other hand, is torpedoing down the straightaway, and I think this gave him much of a lead, and that's going to cause him to take this lap here. And there we have it, our 2nd grand finalist, NYC Too Fast, battling his way, doing the same exact thing. Wait, no, he had to reverse. Oh my gosh, 9 takes it instead. What did we just witness? That was some of the most incredible finishing I've ever seen. The double helicopter building swipe leads to a reverse finish from 9. Oh my gosh, I was not expecting that. Firam, what do you think of what just happened?
They both hit the building at the exact same point. 999's turned into a helicopter, but NYC's just stopped him plain in his tracks right before the finish line, like 2 seconds away from victory. Just completely stopping him, giving 999 enough time, or NYC I should say, enough time to go directly under him into the finish line. Man, I've never seen such a plot twist before in my life in one of these.
I'm flabbergasted. I am completely bamboozled. F dot. Help us out, my man, because I am still processing what we just saw.
This is the bracket. RPM Al sits there, and 999 is in the grand finals as well. Oh man, all I can say is I feel for NYC Too Fast. That's the worst thing I've ever seen. I'm out of words, man. I'm completely out of words. Furum and Marf, I mean, great job on the cast there, but I mean, Furum, talk to me a little bit about this, I guess. 999, here's the question, I suppose, and it's a little spicy of a question, but oh well. 999. They win, and they're in grand finals. They won. Like, listen, NYC sure had a mishap, but is the better driver in the grand finals?
Ooh, you know, I think that is a tough question to answer because what you consider a better driver definitely depends on the situation. I do think that 999 is certainly more willing to take risks. And as we have seen, that can pay off masterfully, but it's not necessarily always the case. So I do think that better in some ways, maybe not so much better in others, and I will leave it at that.
Political answer. I set you up for a trap and you avoided it very, very well. Let's talk about Al, Marf. Fantastic job. The first one to find themselves in the grand finals. And just a reminder, there is no bracket reset in our double elimination. Instead, Al is going to be starting with a 1-game victory. And we are shifting to a best of 5. So Al needs to win 2 matches or 2 races, and their opponent 999 needs to win 3. But Marf, Al's up.
Oh, I'm super excited because we're going to be seeing a very big clash of playstyles. Al, throughout the series, we've seen him become pretty, I wouldn't say super passive, but definitely like not super ambitious to make all of those different, I would say, tricks that 9 was. So we're going to be seeing a big clash of playstyle. I think Al's consistency and clean racing is going to give him an advantage. Of course, that will also combine with that lead there, being from the upper bracket, already having 1 race under his belt. That's going to give him a lot of confidence. So I'm very excited to see what happens with that.
Well, 999, he does some things well and some things maybe not. I think that's how he left it, right, Furum?
Yes, that's pretty much exactly how I feel about this player. I mean, he's certainly one of the most exciting players I've ever watched in one of these events. I mean, every race we just see just something entirely new from him. Sometimes it pays off, sometimes it doesn't, but he takes big risks. And that has indeed paid off, where he gets a rematch with the player that he lost against earlier on, just a few matches ago. And I mean, if I were 999, I'd be out for a little bit of revenge, you might say.
That is certainly the case here as we watch 999 on their redemption tour. That's a big point. You know, first of all, some of these players might not have known each other, but now not only have they watched, but 999 and Al have actually played against each other, like you said. That's going to be a big deal. Oh, no. Okay, good. Oh no, they are going to show. Oh no. It just hurts to watch. It just hurts to watch. This one, though, certainly won't. We have Osaka, Rome, Greenland, Auckland, and then a 5th race in the wings, should we actually need to get there. But of course, there's a lot of track that needs to be covered before we actually hit that for sure. So, Marf, out of these 4, what's the most difficult track?
Ooh, I'd say Osaka. Sometimes you run into, there's a little section where there's a bunch of poles in the middle of the track, and I'm not gonna lie, I've sometimes T-boned them and just completely destroyed my $1 million supercar. So hopefully these players do not do that in front of a live audience, because that would be a bit embarrassing. But I find Osaka to be very twisty and sometimes very difficult to master, but I'm sure these players are gonna handle it very well. But it's a really great selection of tracks here.
I mean, as a caster myself, that's why those who can't play cast, right? That's what we say in the biz. So with that said, I want to give you guys another chance to grab some free stuff. 10,000 credits and 3 card packs on the line. Live_esports. You don't have to win the race. You just have to type in the code. You get 10K and then 3 card packs as well. But guys, here we are. The end of the iOS bracket. One of them's got to win. Marf, Furum, it's your turn. Bring us the grand finals.
Oh, here we go. Our first best of 5 for the tournament this time around. And of course, you know I love a best of 5. And I also love a best of 5 reverse sweep. And well, Al's going to take the early lead here in Osaka. If he can bring it 0-2 up, he's going to have a lot of confidence going into what might be his final race. But 9, I'm sure he has tons of stuff up his sleeve in terms of wacky tricks that we might see coming out. Because, I mean, who knows what to expect with this guy taking barrel rolls upside down, being a torpedo, also smashing into buildings, being a helicopter. Who knows what we're going to say. But Furum, what do you think of Osaka and the Rimac Concept 1 on this track?
I mean, I think the Rimac Concept 1 is the perfect car for this track. It's got that great acceleration to get up to speed around the corners, but at the same time, it's also got the great handling and drifting ability to get around the corners in the first place. And that is one of the things that makes Osaka such a difficult track, is just there's so many sections where any little mistake could lead to a very big mistake over the course of the race. But so far, we don't see either player making any of them. 999 and Al both incredibly close to each other. Nobody making any mistakes. Well, I shouldn't have spoken too soon. It looks like Al makes possibly a little mistake. I'm not sure if he was... And that small mistake led into a bigger mistake. 999 gets the knockdown on Al. I did not expect that at all.
Yeah, we saw an accidental 360 from Al, leading him to go to a different direction, and then he got T-boned by 9 on the straightaway as he tried to recover, and I think that's going to seal the deal. And I'm kind of excited because it means that if 9 keeps his composure and actually finishes this race in first place, we are going to be tied in our best of 5. So that's going to make things pretty even going on to our next race, but 9 still has some race to go. We still have to make sure he doesn't fluff up some of these jumps. Sometimes they can be a bit finicky sometimes, depending on how fast you go, but I think he's handling it beautifully, and we're going to see him go across the bridge on this barrel roll, making this best of 5 even 1-1.
Oh yeah, I was incredibly impressed with 999 in that race. I mean, he really made almost no mistakes. Aldo obviously did put up a great battle as well, only 4 seconds different, even with that wreck. And that really just does go to show that even that when you have 2 players that are such evenly matched as these, those little mistakes can certainly lead into bigger ones. It looked like 999 tried to take a little bit of an advantage here. It does look like he does purposefully 360 there. So 999 definitely using his aggressive play style, and it definitely it worked out for him this time around. And I mean, we've got the tie now, 1-1, best of 5. So it looks like Al's early lead of 1 up has now been completely dissipated.
Yeah, I said that if Al can take this first race, he's going to have a lot of confidence, obviously making it 2-0 instead of 1-0, going right off into his first race. But now 9 might have a bit more confidence than Al, because he's like, I'm just brushing this guy off, T-boning him in the middle of a big city. So what do I have to, do in order to get this victory? So what an interesting race. We saw Al maybe get a bit nervous there. I think that was an accidental 360 in the wrong direction. I think he was trying to go for a floaty drift, but it didn't turn out very well, obviously. But 9 just, well, he was flying down those straightaways, taking corners very cleanly, and making sure that he didn't fluff up when he got that advantage, which was a very good play style by 9. Didn't pull out anything super risky once he knew he could take the lead.
Yeah, it looks like Nine has definitely grown a little bit in the way that he's played these races, just being able to keep his cool, you know, when something like that happens, when he gets that lead. He didn't make any crazy plays after that, and it turned out very well for him. Going into the second lap, we do see a very early 360 from 999. Al not 360. Then 999, oh, he takes a bit of a different route, wrecks around one of the first corners, and I mean, with that, Al, man, this is not looking good for 999. Not looking good for him at all. It looks like he's going off into the river there, but Al is just continuing on. I mean, without making any well, and there's a mistake.
I think Nine sort of gave up there, unfortunately. I was very excited to see his ambition with that different route, because that's something that players normally never do, is go that way. So as soon as I saw him do that, I was like, he's no way he's actually going to make this work. And well, my thoughts came true, because it seemed like after he wrecked that one time, he was throwing himself into the ocean, and I don't believe this car can swim, unfortunately. And yeah, Al's going to take this series 2-0 so far, as he's going to do, well, another victory lap as well, because I think he deserves it this time. You know, he didn't fluster. He didn't get flustered by Nine on his tail, anything like that. Played it very cleanly, but there isn't really much to analyze there, because that race was over within the first, what, like 15 seconds of it ever beginning?
Yeah, and you know what's funny about this? Al can do whatever he wants and he'll still win. he could fly off the track into the river and he'd still take the victory here. But yeah, that's unfortunate from 999 at the beginning, being a bit innovative with his route, trying to take a bit of an inner route there, maybe taking advantage of the Rimax. Just great acceleration and handling, getting around the corner, trying to get an early lead and perhaps surprising Al, but unfortunately it did not pan off quite so well. Al, though, just, I would say throughout the rest of this race, just practicing his moves, you know, just trying to gear up for the next race, because I mean, this will give him a 2-1, just a 2-1 lead over 999. He only needs one more win if he wants to take these grand finals. 999 needs 2.
Yeah, Nine seems to have a very up and down trajectory when it comes to confidence, the routes that they take, and also, well, making sure they can pull out the victory, because the initial 360 is trying to come in. I don't know if he was trying to knock him down purposefully or just try to get some extra nitro, but we see Nine trying to go for a very ambitious corner cut there, which didn't work out. I figured he was going to get right off his feet and try again, but that absolutely was not the case, and as a result, Al takes another race under his belt, and it's going to be 2-1 in this best of 5. This is getting a bit more spicy though, which I'm excited about.
It is indeed. I mean, it's still possible we might see this reverse sweep. 999 could come back. He could take all of, I'm sure, what he bottled up during that last race, just completely pushed all out in these final, well, possibly 2 races. If 999 wins this next one, we'll have 2-2. We'll go to sudden death in the final match here. But obviously first, we have to see, will 999 be able to do that? That's what I'm curious to hear your thoughts about. Do you think 999 might possibly play it a little safer for the maybe a better chance of getting into or finishing this race and getting into the final race? Or do you think he'll continue to play a bit more aggressive in the hopes of, you know, just completely running away with it?
There's no way he plays it safe. There's no way. If I know anything from what we've seen so far about Nine, either he is going to bring it up to a maximum potential that we've never even seen before, he's going to do something that blows our minds, or he's going to crash into the side of a building and might do something funny like that. But there is a chance, I think, that he pulls it back. I'm really hoping that we get some exciting action. I'm really hoping that we get some bumper-to-bumper action, because some of these races towards the beginning were very far apart in terms of the times, which was a bit awkward to see, not going to lie about that. But then as these players got their footing, it seemed like they really got used to being in the live environment, coming back to the 1-versus-1 format, and we saw more clean, more close races. Then we saw helicopters, then we saw torpedoes. So it's hard to say what to expect, but I do know this. I do know that if 9 is going to be racing again, which of course he will be, he's going to pull out everything, already going for the inside line, scraping paint, trading paint, already trying to be aggressive. Is he going to fail the barrel roll? No, he won't. Not going to be like last time. But what that means is because it was a bit of a weird barrel roll, Al is taking a sizable lead going into the straightaway, and we're on Greenland, folks. So it's going to be a new track for these players, both doing 360 turns. Oh my gosh, 9 pulling out what an incredible 360 turn, and he's about to overtake Al here. And Purim, can you explain to me how he overtook that? Because that was an interesting speed mechanic there.
Well, he did a floaty drift going into the cave there. He definitely took a bit of an outer line, kept a bit more of his steep speed, I believe, than Al. And am I correct in thinking that they have different cars? Is 999 in the C2 and Al in the Concept 1, or are my eyes playing tricks on me? in any case, 999 taking a sizable lead here. And yeah, Al just going into these turns.
Yeah, as we can see here, at least on our screens, we can see that they are running different cars now. It's going to be tough to see if that will actually make a big difference, but 9 definitely has the advantage in terms of top speed. Not sure exactly what's going to happen, but he's going to be trying to do those drift tricks there and bouncing off of the ice, making sure that he stays in the air. 9 pulling out some floaty drifts to make sure he keeps his top speed going into the corners, but I think this is pretty well done and dusted. 9 has a massive advantage when it comes to top speed, so I'm thinking that it's going to be easy days when it comes to this last lap here.
Yeah, I would be very curious to know why Al decided to go with the Concept 1 on Greenland. I mean, because, well, it isn't the most top speed oriented track. It certainly has some longer and straighter sections that we can see the Rimac C2 is able to pull away on. And 999, not phased at all by the airplane trying to push him off the track. Just goes around some of these final turns without too much of an issue. Maybe doing a little bit of wall riding there. Don't know if that was intentional or not. But as we can see, this car just has insane drifting, able to get around these final corners to take the victory with, I mean, you know, Al, he didn't make any necessarily mistakes throughout the race, but he just didn't have the speed to keep up.
Yeah, what a different style of race you might add, but that's a 6-second victory of a lead there from 9, obviously using the Nevera to its top speed advantage on Greenland. Almost failing that barrel roll here out in the beginning, but he managed to make sure he pulls it back. And as a result, he managed to eventually overtake and pull out the lead as well. So this continues our best of 5, which again, I'm excited about, but I told you guys, I said 9's got it in him. I think he's going to make sure that he doesn't get knocked out instantly like that, because that'd be a bit of a different, disappointing way to go out, I might say.
Yeah, it would be, and you definitely predicted that one right. And we've got ourselves a 2-2 onto sudden death. That very first, the first one that Al got has again been dissipated. They're both now equal heading into this final race. And I mean, we've seen 9's play style just, it's been all over the place. Sometimes it's caused him a lot of issues like on Rome, but sometimes like in this last race, he just went for it and it absolutely made the difference. He pulled so far ahead as well, you know, as having a different car too, a faster car, but didn't make any mistakes there. And we just see that 999 is certainly a formidable force. And honestly, at this point, I think Al's got his work cut out for him.
Yeah, so as we just saw there, they were using different cars, which is usually not the case. So we're going to go ahead and replay that race just to make sure that the competitive advantage is on even footing there. Yeah, we were both a bit suspicious about why they were using different cars. Wanted to make sure that it wasn't just something on our end visually. So we're going to replay that, and that gives these players a bit of an advantage because they know the track, they know how the players or the other player is going to fare on this this Greenland track. So I'm hoping that we see something different. Maybe they'll react to each other's playstyles a bit, but we're going to go back to that 2-1 scoreline there, again, making sure everything is even, and eventually we'll get set up and go back to make sure that they are both in the same car this time.
Yeah, because I mean, if you want to have a completely fair match, having the exact same car is definitely the way to go with that. It was interesting seeing how the two different cars did on the track. We got to see that the Navara definitely has an advantage there. So being that we're going to see the C2 here now, I mean, since you said, like you said, both of these players have now gotten practice on this track. They know how the other player will play on it. I definitely think we will see a bit of a closer match here as they both are in the Rimac Concept 1 now. 999 again, still trying to take that inside line. Neither of them makes a mistake on that barrel. Out, looks like he's going a bit on the side there, going on the side of the iceberg, getting a little bit of early extra speed. And ironically, it feels like Al is taking more risks than 999 so far here. That's certainly not what I expected.
Yeah, I didn't actually think about that. That is such a good thing to point out because 9 we would have expected doing those tricks there, but Al was the one making sure that he's putting the pedal to the metal. And what was that? Bouncing off the floor, an extra barrel roll for 9. I'm not sure exactly how he triggered that, but it's getting him ever so closer to Al's position, and that plane's going to come in and affect both of their trajectories. Both of these players not being phased one bit, taking the same route there, going into the glacier section. 9 still not quite taking the lead from Al yet. Al is fighting tooth and nail to make sure 9 doesn't. Oh, I spoke too soon. They're neck and neck. He's catching up right now. Going into the chicanes here. Is Al going to make sure he maintains the lead? He does. He's going to take a sharper corner. 9 trying to go way too much on the inside, doing a bit of bumping. It's going to cause it. Oh, Al making sure just he keeps it. This is so close. He's going to fail the barrel roll. He's not going to get that nitro to go up to top speed. And again, 9 not taking the risks by going off to the side. It looks like Al is going to do that for him.
Yeah, Al, you know, throughout the race, he's just been so consistent, even with the tricks that he has done, been able to maintain a somewhat consistent lead. There have been times when 999 has gotten close to him, but just has been able to crack the code of how do you pass Al, you know? They're both just playing extremely well on this track. But I would say just Al has that ever so slight, slight advantage of taking those extra tricks and everything like that. Sometimes though, this plane makes the difference. We'll have to see if that happens here. It doesn't look like it does. Occasionally a 360 there and in combination with the plane does not equal a good outcome. But here it does look like RPM Al is going to continue to stay in the lead. 999, he's got to get ahead of him around these final turns, and I bet you he's going to try everything he can to make that happen, but it does not look good for him, and Al will take a very intensely close victory. These guys were only about a third of a second apart, but that does conclude it. RPM Al takes his third point and wins the grand finals. That is insane.
Well, there we have it. Our first best of 5 concluded, and the veteran Al takes it. But I have to say, 999 played excellently. I was so surprised with their mechanics and their ability to try everything to get that lead. In the end, though, I think the inexperience may have cost him, with especially a lot of those wrecks. So we got to give it to Al. Amazing consistency, so clean. We didn't see many wrecks from this guy, and he's got to definitely be proud of his performance here, because, well, he's taken home that first place prize and victory. So F. Man, what'd you think of that best of 5? We didn't go all the way, but it was still interesting nonetheless.
Absolutely. You know, I got real excited during that first take of the 4. I was like, okay, we got a game 5, but we still technically did get some extra stuff here. Al, though, first one to make it to the grand finals. I think that kind of makes sense that they wind up taking it. Let's take a rewind, though, and show you how all of the players made it to this point. Like we said, Al was waiting. Al took down Para 2-0, and then they took down 999, and then they had to play 999 again in the grand finals. But Al was ready and wound up taking them down. Bottom side of the bracket was just as exciting. Furum, if you had to pick a favorite match of tonight's broadcast, where do you go?
Oh man, I just have to go to the one on Buenos Aires with 999 and NYC Too Fast. Definitely going to be one of the most memorable races we've ever had in a tournament here. But in terms of just an overall pairing of two players, I do have to say, seeing 999 and Al battle each other so many times, I mean, they had their first matchup and then they had their second matchup again in the grand finals. That was just so much fun to see how the two different players with completely different playstyles a lot of the time were able to just go back and forth. But, you know, finally, RPML was able to just, you know, get that little bit of an edge over 999.
Man, I'm sure we'll see it during the replay package, Marsh, but I'm not going to be able to shake out of my head that just stuck in the mud moment there for NYC Too Fast. A little unfortunate for him, but you know what? Let's stick on the positive. I'm going to ask you the same thing I asked Furum. What's your favorite point of tonight so far?
Oh, that's a tough question because my answer would have been that same race with the helicopter, but I'll go with the other Buenos Aires matchup with the torpedo because that was also fun to see. I know that Buenos Aires is very controversial within the Asphalt 9 community, but without tracks like that, we wouldn't get moments like what you just saw. So I'm glad that it happened. I'm super excited that we got so many close matchups, and we really saw that these players put on such an amazing display of skill and excellency. It's really awesome to see these players pull out all of the stops. And if you're listening at home wondering, you know, what you can take away from these players, I would study their routes, see how they react to their situation, see what they do in terms of taking space, because these players are masters at these tracks, making sure they do everything they can to take their cars to the next level with their performance. So yeah, I would put it to that Buenos Aires match as well, or at least the other one too, because it was just so exciting to witness.
Well, the whole side of the iOS bracket was definitely exciting. And as we said, we are all done with this half of the show. We have $1,200 in the pocket for RPM Al. Love to see it. That is a ton of money as far as this is concerned. Big stuff coming out of Al, big stuff coming out of 99. I mean, I wasn't unimpressed with Para and Too Fast either. 4 strong competitors all leaving here with something in their pocket. But again, got to give the big shout out to Al, as he's the one with the big number 1. And so, Furum, I'm coming to you because I just ran away from Marf here. Listen, I really like to see new blood on the track. You guys are veterans of this game. So when you take a look at these new players, you know, what's your quick and dirty, how do you feel about the new players jumping in?
I mean, I think they definitely have a lot to offer the community. We've seen them they've done so much throughout these races. They might not necessarily have the level of consistency as some of these more veteran players have, but they definitely bring a new sense of excitement, a new energy to the field. And I think a lot of the tricks that they have used is definitely something that all players can learn from. And I also think that to everyone out there, it just goes to show that, I mean, even if you started recently, I mean, you still got a lot of a chance to improve your skill, get to this point. And also, I mean, there's not just one play style. You could be more like Al. You could be more like 999. You know, in this case, Al ended up taking the victory, but, you know, both play styles equally as valid.
That's true, and it's huge. You mentioned it. Anyone can kind of show up and be one of these victors. This is an open tournament, and we have a whole nother side of it coming after the jump. The Redemption Tour for Elite Joe. Will he win or will he swim? That's the question. We got Android coming up next.
The Snapdragon Pro Series, powered by Samsung Galaxy, is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Galaxy Z Fold 4, Monster Energy, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'm a work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'm a work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep a 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get
here. And there it is. We have our victor for the iOS side of things. Welcome back, friends. It's F. Marf and Furum, and RPM Al is your victor for the iOS bracket. So that's done and dusted. 1,200 in the pocket. Shout out to 999 who winds up in second place. But time to shift gears out here. So hit those paddles and let's find out what Android is looking like. Because this one, we jumped into iOS and there were a lot of unfamiliar faces, as our experts let us know. But Elite Joe, Pickle, Diesel Dragon, CJ, Marf, we did this once before, you and I. And we saw these names.
Absolutely. Oh, absolutely. This is going to be one heck of a ride. There is so much history in this bracket. We'll go over what's going on with Elite Joe as well, because that is going to be a fun story to tell. But all of these players are seasoned veterans. And when I mean seasoned, I mean Cajun seasoning with extra spice going on there, because like I said, so much history between these players. This is going to be fun.
Now, as we said, there is a ton of money on the line here, and our four competitors are all going to take something home because this is the open finals. But if you wind up on the top of the top, $1,200 goes in your pocket directly. So that's what our players are competing over. As I said, even fourth place takes something home because these players had to fight through a large bracket in order to get here. We're just showing you the best of the best. The semifinals and then some is what we're doing here. And so great stuff coming out of our competitors to get to this point. As Marf mentioned, Furum, these are some names that we already know. What's your take? How well do you know these guys?
Well, I know we've seen these guys many times before in the Snapdragon Pro Series. They are seasoned veterans of the series. And, I think we might see a lot more, I guess, maybe consistent gameplay from these guys, considering they've been here. They've done it before a lot of times. In particular, the matchup between Elite Joe and Diesel Dragon, if it gets to that point, they aren't matched up at the beginning, but if it gets to that point, that would be very exciting. Also, CJ and Pickle having incredibly close qualifier times, but in the first two matches, I'm incredibly excited to see who will come out on top. And I honestly, I do not know at this point. All of these guys have done great things many times before.
Well, we've already said his name a couple of times, so we might as well go ahead and set the table here for our first matchup. Elite Joe, returning from last time around. Now, last time around, there's a lot of fanfare around this guy's name, but the performance left a little to be desired. Marv, is that how we say that?
Yeah, you might put it that way. I think last time was a bit of a fluke from Elite Joe. We had that issue with the bet and everything, so maybe he had a bit of a different play style, trying really hard to make sure that he didn't lose it, and well, we'll see what happens with that, like I said. But I would say that pretty much every time we see Elite Joe in one of these tournaments, he's usually the favorite, and I would say that this time around, it would be no strange thing to say that again. So Elite Joe, I think, is poised to make sure that he can redeem himself and make sure that his history book is not filled with any funny shenanigans.
Well, I mean, that's one of the things, that's one of the little bit behind the scenes, that's one of the frustrations that players have sometimes about commentators, is that we get a chance to sit up here and just kind of tell you the storyline, things happen on the field, and we just tell you what's up. But now, listen, we got a chance to sit down with Joe, so Joe's going to tell you the storyline himself. So let's go ahead and take a look at that.
Bueno, sobre lo que pasó anteriormente en el torneo, esto se debe a un error en el inicio que yo intenté hacer un truco de giro en túnel. Lamentablemente no fue así, las físicas me traicionaron el juego, entonces, bueno, cuando uno arriesga, creo que lo hace para ganar, y entonces en esta vez me jugó en contra. Espero esta vez no sea así, entonces espero ahora sí darlo todo, esta vez practicando aún mejor, dándole más tiempo al juego, y bueno, espero ahora sí llegar a la victoria. Bueno, yo para prepararme para esta nueva final, yo la verdad que le he estado enfocando mucho más ahora al multijugador, darle más tiempo, algo que antes no lo estaba tomando como antes, estaba enfocándome solamente en los eventos por tiempo, y bueno, creo que también la falta de tiempo también de que le he dado al juego mucho menor. Creo que eso me estaba afectando. Creo que esta vez me siento aún más preparado a antes, entonces espero que esta vez sí pueda llegar de nuevo, ¿no?, a una gran final, y pues más que nada ganarla, ¿no?, que tengo mucho ya sin llegar a ganar un torneo, yo creo. Que la verdad que eso ya sería de nuevo un sueño para mí de nuevo. Le mando un gran saludo siempre, pues, a mi mamá y a mi papá, que siempre están aquí, mi hermana y toda mi familia, y ahora precisamente también mi novia. Entonces, pues, le mando un gran saludo a todos y a toda la gente que está por ahí también siguiéndome en las redes sociales como YouTube, y amigos aquí también en casa. Entonces, le mando un gran saludo a todos, y la verdad que los quiero mucho, los aprecio. Entonces, no siento que no fuera el mismo si no fuera por ustedes.
Great stuff there out of Joe. Now, he said, listen, he spent even more time playing the game. If he's been our favorite before, and now he's investing more time here, Marv, that's a little scary.
Yeah, that certainly is, because I am very glad that he mentioned that, because like we've been saying this whole time, this is a real live environment. Most of these players aren't used to that sort of thing, unless, like Joe mentioned, you practice multiplayer because that's where the demolition derby happens, that's where contact happens, that's what we like to see around these parts, but it does help you prepare for this type of tournament environment. So I'm glad that he mentioned that. Maybe we'll see him turn a new leaf in terms of how he performs, because like he said, recently the performances haven't been up to par with what we should expect from Elite Joe.
Well, right away, Joe finds himself in a pickle, or at least across the way from a player named Pickle, same club as Al. Al won the iOS, and now Pickle here in the same RPM club as the iOS victor. Going up against Elite Joe here, Furum. Elite Joe, a tough competitor for sure, but Pickle, not exactly a slouch either.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Pickle was a runner-up in the 3rd season, and I believe he was the 3rd place finisher in the 1st season as well. So he is certainly not new to the Mobile Open. And we see here his qualifying run with the Rimac Nevera on Greenland. One we have seen many times before here, but it looks like he is doing incredibly well. I mean, he hasn't hit the sides pretty much at all. And obviously, when you have these players that have made it all the way to the grand finals, you'll expect their qualifying laps to look incredible. And Pickles is no exception, making it through the track with very little issues. But we'll have to see how he competes against Elite Joe in a much more multiplayer sort of environment.
Greenland, U.S. Midwest, and San Francisco if we need it. Marf, San Francisco Tunnel Jam. Are we getting there, or is this going to be a 2-0 some way?
Oh, I think because these players have so much history, there's a good chance we're going to see a 3rd match, and I really hope we do, because as you've seen before, 3rd matches are always super fun and spicy, and we get more Asphalt action, which everyone loves, right? So I'm really hoping that these players, they've studied each other, so we know what to expect in terms of that these players are super close to each other. But like you've mentioned, and like himself, the legend mentioned that he was practicing multiplayer. Elite Joe could come out with some different stuff that we might not be expecting.
That's absolutely true. Absolutely true. This is a rock star bracket, and we are going to jump in a matter of moments. But first, I'm going to give you some homework. I'm going to ask you guys to go ahead and put your predictions in Twitch chat. Let me know who you think is going to win the game. But of course, don't work for free. I got a reward for you. After you do that, go ahead and take the code SPS_S3. That'll give you 5 card packs just like that. That's literally all you need to do. Type that code in and bang, puts it in. You're done. As far as us, we're just starting. Match number 1 coming your way. Pickle versus Elite Joe. Marf and Furum are your casters, and I'll see you later.
Oh, this is going to be a spicy match. Hopefully this pickle's got some seasoning on it, been sitting there ready to be plucked out into a tournament environment as we go onto Greenland. We've seen this track many times before, and Elite Joe is going to start out underneath, hitting the side of the wall, not 360ing early enough to take advantage of that gust of wind. That's going to cost a lot of time, but we haven't seen the rage quit just yet, so maybe he's going through on his word to not do that again. But Pickle taking an early lead here, and Furum, I think this one, I don't think it's decided quite yet, but it's pretty obvious that Pickle is in a very good position for himself.
Oh yeah, Pickle's in a great position, and Elite Joe is in a bit of a pickle. Coming into the very beginning of this first lap, we saw Elite Joe with a little bit of a late 360 there at the beginning, costing him a bit of time. But true to his word, you know, he's still in the race, and I think he definitely has an opportunity to come back. Pickle, though, seeming extremely strong, not making any mistakes at all so far, taking very clean racing lines toward the middle, saving it for that shockwave. And I mean, honestly, at this point, I would expect that Pickle would take this this first race, but Elite Joe, he certainly has the opportunity to try to catch up, and at the very least use it as some practice, or to see how he might do against Pickle in these next races.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised if we see these races fold out similarly to, oh, that was very close, Pickle barely scraping by. But I wouldn't be too surprised if it panned out pretty similar to the way iOS worked in terms of the players being maybe a bit rusty, anxious, different nerves at the beginning, and then once we get into our second and third tracks and our second and third series is when they find their footing again and really make sure that they put the pedal to the metal. So maybe we're just watching that unfold here as Elite Joe make sure that he brushes off the nerves, but Pickle, he is just racing really clean. Now this lead has closed quite a lot, I do have to say, since I started rambling here, but I don't know if it's going to be quite enough for Joe to catch up by the time that Pickle crosses the finish line on our first track.
I mean, we do see here, though, just how strong of a player Elite Joe really is. Even with that early mistake, he is catching up, and quite substantially catching up to RPM, or just to Pickle throughout this race. Even though they do take different routes here, you know, toward the in the first lap, Elite Joe wasn't even on the map on Pickle's screen, but now he is. Although it isn't quite enough, Pickle does manage to stay a bit further ahead and is able to finish the race, but with a little heart emoji of goodwill.
There we go. We have it. Our first race here on the Android bracket. Pickle is going to go up 1-0 over Elite Joe. Now, don't worry if you're an Elite Joe fan. He's not out of the game just yet. Of course, we have to finish this series, but also keep in mind, we got a lower bracket as Elite Joe. You can see there, unfortunate mistake, hitting that side of the barrier instead of going all the way through. Pickle had a close call similarly, but he managed to pull through, so he maybe got a bit sweaty there, but at the end of the day, he managed to get first place and secure the first victory here.
Yeah, I mean, that section of the track where Elite Joe made that small mistake at the beginning, that is not an uncommon mistake to make. I mean, fast cars on that specific part of the track, that can often happen because, you know, at that point, the lava is supposed to push them up, but if the car is going too fast, the steam or smoke from lava might not have enough time to push them up. So I think that is what happened there. But in any case, we did see that allowed Pickle to win the race there. We did see Elite Joe, though, catching up throughout the entire time, though. So, I mean, if anything, I think that's just a testament to his, I mean, maybe, well, to his old strength, but also some newfound strength as well, apparently.
Yeah, props on Elite Joe. I mean, you don't want to see that happen where as soon as you get out of the gate, first thing happens is getting swamped into a wall. I mean, you know, it's pretty unfortunate, but again, we made sure to see and point out that he recovered quite well. Not enough to take the lead again, but well enough to make a very sizable comeback, and I think that's something that we can look as a very big positive for these next couple of races. Again, if he happens to still have that first race nervousness, he's not out. He's going to go to a lower bracket, maybe have to find himself fighting his way through that brawl. But I'm excited to see the second race. I think now after that first race, the shivers are gone. You know, they're back into their element. And speaking of second race, we are going to the US Midwest. Elite Joe and Pickle trying to make sure that they don't fall to that lower bracket, and both in the Rimac Nevera flying off into these barrel rolls onto the warehouse, and an early lead for Elite Joe.
Yeah, Elite Joe taking that early lead there. RPM Pickle not too far behind at all, though. And I really do think in this race, we're going to see Elite Joe try to redeem himself a bit from that previous one. And just, honestly, I think we're going to see him just pull away with it. Of course, if something does not happen like did in the previous race, I think he's got a great chance. But of course, we cannot discount Pickle either, taking that bit of airtime over those two cars there. They're both driving pretty much on the best routes and everything like that. And I mean, with these guys being seasoned veterans, I don't think we're going to see a ton of surprises in terms of, you know, I think we're going to see them do a lot of what we might expect them to, what we might have seen them do in previous seasons. But of course, just a little bit more refined, just over time. And as we can see, Elite Joe is still beginning to get further and further ahead here. Pickle, though, still within a Rex distance.
Yeah, he still has the opportunity to catch up if Elite Joe makes a mistake, but as you've been going on for saying, it's pretty unlikely that's going to happen, as now Elite Joe pretty sure has found his footing here in this tournament, which I think most of us would say we're glad to see, which is nice, but Pickle is still not giving up. for sure. We had that happen 1 or 2 times on the iOS side, but I think the Android players are very determined. They know what they're coming into, so it's very nice to see the nice sportsmanship, but it looks like Pickle had a bit of a tough time there with that chicane. Unfortunately, the route didn't quite work out, lost a bit of speed, so I think now it's pretty much in the bag that Elite Joe is going to take this second race, which pushes us to a third track, which everyone is going to be excited for as well, but he's going to cross the finish line and secure that third track.
Oh yeah, Elite Joe just absolutely flawless throughout this race. Honestly, I don't think we saw a single mistake from him. And to be fair to Pickle, I don't think he really made many mistakes, if any, either. It was just ever so slight little progressions throughout the race, especially the beginning here. Elite Joe got this early lead, taking these barrels before Pickle did, and gaining that early speed, which is, I think, what allowed him to get ahead in the beginning. And I'm sure that gave him some motivation to just continue playing his best throughout the race and kind of make up for that first one there, you know. And this time, you know, it certainly played out, or it worked out very well for him, played out well. He was able to secure that victory, taking us to a tie 1-1. What do you think we're going to see going into this final match here?
Oh, that's a tough question. Now that we've seen Joe find his footing, it could be a very easy sweep for him this time around. Maybe he's gotten into his groove. I wouldn't be surprised if Pickle pulls out some interesting mechanics, because I don't know if you caught that, but in the last track, he managed to do a little bit of an airspeed trick towards the end of the first lap, which I've never seen before. He sort of jumped on the side of the little hill there, and like I said, I didn't see that before. Maybe he has some more tricks like that up his sleeve, so that in this next lap or this next track, he can manage to pull out the victory, which would be interesting to see. Wow, we're using interesting like 48 times here, but it is interesting. I mean, you know, but either way, I'm super excited because we got a third map, and this is panning out very differently than iOS. Again, it only took 1 or 2 races for these players to shake out their nerves, whereas with iOS, it took a bit longer.
Oh yeah, Android definitely, with these players having been in the game a bit longer, these ones in particular in the top 4, we're seeing, I think, a lot closer of matches. And if I had to guess, we won't see quite as many 2-and-outs as we did before. I think we'll see a lot of these ties. I mean, if this first match has anything to do with it. But I mean, yeah, in that first race we were talking about with Pickle and that extra bit of airtime, that speed trick that he got toward the end there. You know, I think that if he really wants a chance against Elite Joe in this final race, he's going to have to use some of those here in this final race here of the match on San Francisco, because as we've seen, Elite Joe is a formidable opponent. Pickle, of course, no slouch, though, taking a very early lead against Elite Joe, and I think this one is shaping up to be incredibly close. Elite Joe going to have to pull out some stops himself to catch up to Pickle. Now, San Francisco being an older track, one of the oldest, one of the first tracks that players will play on when they first start Asphalt 9, is going to be one that both of these players will know like the back of their hand, and they will know how to recover from things that they might not want to happen, like back there. Elite Joe did not get a barrel roll, which I'm sure he wanted. Still though, Pickle having a slight lead. I'm curious to see what we will see heading into the second lap coming up here soon.
Oh yeah, that was fun to watch. I think Elite Joe tried to cut the inside line, which he's trying to do again, recovering off that one jump, making sure to go through the inside on this last lap. Oh my gosh, he's going into that second lap, but Pickle takes the lead again. 13 million overtakes in the span of 10 seconds, both trying to cut off each other and making sure that we don't see a wreck, but we do see a lot of blocks, a lot of left side moves. Very fun to watch. A bit of an extra 360 for some extra nitro. He's gonna try and cut the inside line again, and the knockdown comes out. Elite Joe. Oh, I don't know if that was intentional or not, whether it was dirty. We'll have to wait and see to watch that replay, but Pickle is down and out. I don't think there's a chance in this world that he's going to come back from this one.
I don't think so either. And I mean, if I had to guess, I believe that knockdown was unintentional. I mean, on my screen, it barely looked like Elite Joe even touched him. I mean, he probably just tapped him on the corner a little bit. You know how Asphalt 9 can be. Sometimes that can lead to a knockdown. I think that is indeed what happened here. Although up until that point, Elite Joe and Pickle just trading places over and over and over again. Like you said, we saw a million overtakes in the span of just a few seconds, but one knockdown decided it in this case. Elite Joe takes the victory. He wins the match 2-1. Still though, not that far off, with only a 3.5 second difference here. Certainly still a lot closer than many of the races that we saw on the iOS side of things.
Oh yeah, this is shaping out to be another fantastic bracket from the Android side of things. They always make sure to bring their A game, and this was no different. One incredible sequence there. They respected their spaces, respected the lines, but both of them had different ideas of what they wanted to do, and it made sure to pan out in Elite Joe's favor there as he knocked down Pickle, unfortunately, in that second lap. But that is how the cookie crumbles, and Elite Joe's going to be continuing on in our upper bracket, but keep in mind, Pickle's not down and out. F. Why don't you explain the lower bracket again, because it's new to Asphalt 9?
Right, we are totally in a double elimination format, and so just because your favorite racer winds up with the L doesn't mean they're down and out. They do have a second chance, and that's what we'll see for Pickle on the bottom side. So Pickle will play the loser of Diesel Dragon and CJ, and so that's what we're going to be seeing here. And of course, next up is Diesel Dragon versus CJ, and then the winner goes on to play against the opposition. So let's dive into our next race. Diesel Dragon here, another known quantity here, Marv. What can we say about DD?
Yeah, we can absolutely say a lot, because a known quantity, been here a couple of times. It's no stranger to live competition. I don't think he mentioned anything about practicing different styles of play, but we know he's a pretty active figure in the community, so I'm sure that he's got something up his sleeve this time around. But his qualifying run was incredible. With these tracks, especially Caribbean, you can't bump into any walls, and what you're seeing here is the top 0.1% of these racers and their runs. So what you're seeing is pretty close to absolute perfection. So the fact that these players can achieve it means that they got to bring their A game in the live environment to match that skill, as a result of the way that these players play. So I'm very curious to see how he manages to bring that to that live environment, because for some of these players, it has been a while since their last appearance, but they are no stranger to it. So I'm very excited, and yeah.
Well, across the way, we've got CJ, Diesel Dragon, a strong competitor himself, but Furum, CJ is sitting across the way. In race number 1, we saw a lot of not just back and forth, but also some banging together. CJ, is he an aggressive player? Are we going to see that here today?
I think we certainly might, and I mean, CJ is certainly no stranger to the Snapdragon Pro Series. He was actually the winner of the very first one. He finished 3rd place on Season 3, where he lost to Pickle, but then went on to win 2-0 against Elite Joe. So if we see him face up against Elite Joe, we might have a rematch on our hands. That would be very, very interesting. With those stats behind him, I do think he will be a bit of a formidable competitor to Diesel Dragon. As we can see here, his race with Nevera on Greenland, great as always, taking these great routes and everything. And honestly, I just think that he's going to be a very good competitor, and I think we will see great things from him for sure.
Well, it's going to be a lot of fun. Reminder, this is double elimination, so even if CJ or even if CJ or Diesel Dragon wind up losing, they have a second chance against Elite Joe on the bottom side. But Greenland, US Midwest, and San Francisco, one more time, are going to be our maps. We've seen a bunch of competition here today on these ones. Greenland has been a fun map to watch, because whether players decide to take it a little bit dangerously, they also got to watch out for that airplane, and so a ton of stuff to keep in mind when you're looking at these tracks for sure. One thing I want y'all to keep in mind is these codes. I'm giving it to you again. Second chance opportunity here. SPS_S3. That'll give you 5 card packs to go. So just hit the ground and run with it. SPS_S3. But we're on our second matchup. We already have one player in the upper bracket finals waiting in the wings. We got to see who goes there, who goes to the bottom side. Diesel Dragon versus CJ starts now.
Oh boy, we got Double D in another race. Again, both of these players, veterans of this scene, so I'm super excited to watch these players battle it out. CJ versus Diesel Dragon on Greenland with the 360. Ooh, didn't wreck that time. Made sure to avoid the same mistake that Elite Joe did first time around. Made sure to learn from it. And they're both right on top of each other. CJ was blocked by Diesel Dragon, but it didn't affect him too much, so they're still pretty close to each other. CJ pulling out the early shockwave, making sure he gets up to top speed quickly, taking advantage of the Concept One's insane acceleration stat. So both these players doing very clean races so far, trying to take advantage of that geyser. No, they won't. They're going to both avoid it, make sure no shenanigans happen as we go around this 180-degree turn. We'll have to wait and see if these players take that ramp. They do. Firam, can you analyze this a bit more in detail, because it seems like they're pulling up similar things, and of course I say that they go the opposite way.
Yeah, it definitely seems so. And I mean, at this point, they're in fact going so similarly that CJ is just about catching up to Diesel Dragon, which you might not expect them to be so close after that early block Diesel Dragon got on CJ. But like you were saying, with this car's very great acceleration that allowed him to basically stay at his top speed even after getting blocked, and it didn't really phase them much at all. Diesel Dragon, though, still having somewhat of a sizable lead. CJ taking some maybe slightly riskier, but not super risky routes like that barrel roll back there to try to catch up. Getting into the second lap, we'll see, does the no, it does not. I was going to say, does that section claim anybody else? It did not. In this case, I do think that these players have indeed figured out the lava sections of the cave and will not let it get to them. Now, we are seeing, I think, CJ trying to take a bit of a closer inside line than Diesel Dragon, just trying every little thing he can to catch up. Doesn't look like a player to take huge risks, but maybe some smaller ones. Again, neither of them opting for the geysers because, you know, coming up to a turn, they could push you off to the side. Makes a lot of sense. Both of these guys playing it fairly safe up through the final lap. And wow, it pretty much is just as close as it was on the first lap.
Yeah, we're seeing pretty identical runs here. CJ opting for 360s instead of barrel rolls, which sometimes you don't want to do because when you go on a barrel roll, you don't have to brake, but when you do a 360, you do. And I think that definitely cost him maybe a tenth or so of a second as we see Diesel Dragons will slightly forward here as we head into the last straightaway section of our final lap here. But yeah, it was very cool to see both of these players play very passively. They opted to not go for barrel rolls. They opted to not go for the geysers, which on the iOS side of things, we saw a very different style of play, but that results in Diesel Dragon taking the first track here on Greenland, up 1-0.
Yeah, what an incredibly close race. I mean, all throughout, neither player got super far ahead. Diesel Dragon was able to just maintain that little bit of lead throughout. Only a 1 second difference in the end, and CJ just barely not getting hit at the beginning there. But then again, we saw him take that barrel toward the beginning, or toward the end of the first lap, beginning of the second lap. And just throughout the race, they just they didn't really trade punches because Diesel Dragon was always a little bit ahead. But if Diesel Dragon had made any mistake, even a minor mistake, it is very possible CJ would have caught up to him. So CJ put pressure on him, as he should have done. Diesel Dragon held under that pressure and was able to get his first point in this matchup.
Yep, he's up 1-0. I'm hoping we'll see a full best of 3 like we did with the previous series with Elite Joe, because of course, who doesn't want to see more Asphalt content? I know I do, but these racers were so much more close together than what we saw on iOS. Very different playstyles coming out, like you also mentioned, much more clean, didn't take many risks. Like I mentioned, they didn't go for extra barrel rolls. They didn't go for the geyser jump, which is not concerning, I would say, but it leaves somewhat to be desired in my opinion, because I mean, I'm so I was so happy to see 999 just go absolutely crazy, and I think we'll have to wait for some of these Android players to be maybe put in a very pressure type of situation if they want to turn to that play style. So I feel like instead of getting crazy bumper to bumper, rail to rail action, we might be seeing very clean, precise racing, which I absolutely love as well, don't get me wrong. And again, if you're new to this game, be sure to take a look at the routes that these players are taking, especially as we head into the US Midwest in our second track here on the Rimac Nevera, because if you study these, for sure you will get to have an amazing experience. Diesel Dragon taking the outside barrel roll, or an early lead. CJ opting for the barrel, getting extra airspeed time, going on the inside, bumping Diesel Dragon out of the way, but Diesel Dragon quickly takes it back. This is so heart pounding. Diesel Dragon up onto the lead here, going into the straightaway section, making sure to not wall ride. CJ taking a bit of a bouncy bouncy thing there, bouncing off the walls. I was messing up my words there because I was curious to see what CJ was doing, but Firam, I think he messed up that little section there.
Yeah, I think he did, and that's going to cost him a good bit heading into the second half of the first lap, with Diesel Dragon having somewhat of a substantial lead at this point. Back to what you were saying about their consistency, I mean, I think that's something we're going to see a lot more of, because on the Android side, we have a lot more players who have been here, done this before, and I think they're going to be playing it a lot safer in a lot of these matches, especially early on when they don't have a ton, you know, as much on the line. Whereas on the iOS side, we saw a lot more just, you know, a lot of more back and forth and risks and everything. We don't really see that as much here, but honestly, oh, wow. I was going to say it was paying off for them. CJ, though, trying to do a floaty drift, but unfortunately, it floaty drifted a bit too much, or floaty 360, I should say. 360 a bit too many times, pushed him into the wall, which just a bit furthered the gap even more between Diesel Dragon and CJ. And I mean, honestly, at this point, if CJ has any chance, I think Diesel Dragon really needs to make a mistake, which it doesn't look like he is.
Yeah, no, for the next couple of sections here, Diesel Dragon just has to play it very safe, very simple, and yeah, he's not even going to offer that barrel roll there, which pretty much confirms he knows he has this one in the bag. It's going to be a quick 2-0 for Diesel Dragon as he about crosses the finish line in a couple seconds here. Very unfortunate for CJ. It did look like he tried to start doing some floaty drifts and make some different moves happen, but unfortunately it didn't pan out for him. Diesel Dragon is going to continue in this upper bracket, whereas CJ is put to the lower bracket.
And you know what that means? We're going to get a Diesel Dragon versus Elite Joe matchup coming soon. First of all, we want to take a look at the highlights from this race here. A very intense beginning with the cars trading places. CJ taking that inner line around that corner. Diesel Dragon then just pulling a little bit ahead and continuing to pull that bit further and further ahead throughout the race. I mean, both players fairly consistent, you know, not making any huge mistakes except for CJ in that very final race there, with that 360 maybe going a little bit too much 360 action going on there. But in any case, Diesel Dragon was able to continue on, was able to take that victory there. We have our first 2-0 of the Android side. What did you think about that, F-Dot?
You know, this is exactly what I want to see out of a double elimination bracket. CJ and Diesel Dragon are extremely evenly matched opponents, and they took different approaches here. CJ, he went for the crazy stuff. And listen, when you know you have an extra life in that lower bracket, this is where you go for that crazy stuff. Now, unfortunately for CJ, the risk was more than the reward, and so he does find himself on the bottom side going up against RPM Pickle, and the winner of that will go on, etc., etc., etc. But next up, we're going to be finishing up the upper bracket, so we're going to watch Elite Joe take the field, and then they're going to go up again, and whoever wins here will wind up in the grand finals. But Elite Joe last time was very different than Elite Joe this time, Marv. What have we seen here today that's different from the last time around?
We are seeing consistency, and the fact that he talked about his experience trying to play multiplayer more and more means he's ready for this live one-on-one action, and that definitely shows with way more consistency and clean lines throughout these races, and that led him to victory here, making sure to make an appearance in the upper bracket instead of falling to that lower bracket, those last match showdowns there. So we're seeing more determination, more fierce competition from Elite Joe, and probably a bit more confidence as well.
Well, strong stuff out of Elite Joe. You notice it in the interview, you notice it on the field, but you gotta notice Diesel Dragon across the way. Again, this one is for a seat in the grand finals here. Furum, I'm not gonna ask you to write your prediction in like concrete and ink, but give me a light thought on how you think this matchup is gonna go with Diesel Dragon in this position.
Oh man, I think it's just going to be incredibly close. I mean, because we've seen Diesel Dragon's consistency in these two races of his against CJ, but we also know just how much Elite Joe has been practicing, especially in multiplayer against real opponents. And the fact that these guys went up against each other previously, and it didn't go quite so well for Elite Joe, I think that's going to give him extra motivation to continue on to do his very best against Diesel Dragon, perhaps push it even further than we've seen before. So it might be too early to give a prediction, but I'm going to say Elite Joe might be an early favorite, although not discounting Diesel Dragon at all.
I think favorite is kind of the best we can do here with how closely matched these players are. And with maps like Himalaya, Buenos Aires, and especially Rome, you know, this is really kind of a trackless Marf where anything can happen.
Oh, it definitely can, as we saw earlier with that iOS bracket. I'm super excited for Buenos Aires. I don't even know if I want to talk about Himalayas and Rome because of what we've seen of Buenos Aires so far. All of the shenanigans going on. We got torpedoes, helicopters. What else can we expect from the Android bracket on that track? Who knows? We'll just have to wait and find out.
We don't have to wait long. We're going to jump in real quick. But first, I got another code for you. Snapdragon_NA. This one's for 30K credits and 70 tokens. That's Snapdragon_NA. And Marv said we had to wait, but I'm running the show. And I say we don't have to wait. Let's go ahead and do it now. Race 2 coming at you.
Oh, am I ready? I have to be ready, I guess so, because we're getting right into our matchup, which, of course, we're all excited about because I believe these were the two players who participated in that bet last time around. Definitely, of course, Elite Joe last time as well, but we're going to Himalayas, already coming out with a nice sportsmanship emoji for love there, which is awesome to see, but Elite Joe's going to take that inside line, giving him the victory. Are they going to try to go for this cheeky barrel roll? It looks like Elite Joe's lining up for it, and he will, and he's going to nail it as well, which is awesome to see. So some nice, precise, clean racing. Diesel Dragon is basically touching the exhaust tips for Elite Joe. He is not far behind at all.
Oh yeah, Diesel Dragon. I mean, if we've seen anything from what Elite Joe has done so far on this track with that insane, well, not really insane, but just taking that risk toward the beginning with that forced barrel, we're going to have to see Diesel Dragon do some similar things, I think, if he wants to have a chance to keep up and perhaps pass and beat Elite Joe. Toward the cave here, they're both taking the trick along the side, riding alongside the inside of the ice cave, taking the barrel pretty much the same way. You know, the first thing I'm noticing about these two players racing together is they are so similar. You know, they're taking almost the exact same routes in the exact same ways. They almost feel like mirror images of each other, with Elite Joe just slightly further ahead. I'll be curious to see if he does attempt to do that forced barrel again on the second lap when he already has a bit of a lead. He is not. That is a smart thing for Elite Joe to do because, you know, at this point he's ahead. He just has to play it safe and he'll win this first match if he doesn't make a mistake. And unfortunately, forced barrels are notoriously risky.
Yeah, something we actually haven't been pointing out too much is nitro management, and you saw there Elite Joe managed to go off that forced barrel roll with Shockwave, whereas Diesel Dragon did not, and that meant that Elite Joe got up to speed way quicker than Diesel Dragon. So as a result of that, coming into this last part of the second lap, Diesel Dragon is falling a bit behind. He's also going on that rough terrain. They're opting to go for a bit more airtime instead of the smoother finish, but that's what Elite Joe did, and of course that means he's going to extend this lead and maintain it even more as we go onto the giant straightaway for the Himalayas. I do have to eat my words just a bit there because Diesel Dragon has caught up ever so slightly. There's definitely an opportunity for a bit of a pass here at this last final turn, but is Elite Joe going to falter? Is he going to let it up? No, he won't. Very clean through that second part there, and he's going to take this first track.
Yeah, and this was not by much either. I mean, this might be the closest match we have seen yet in terms of final times. Less than a third of a second between the two. And as we see this replay, I mean, we see that the two players just played so consistently throughout the time. And back we were saying about nitro management, that is very important in the Rimac Concept 1 because this car's nitro isn't the best. And so that's definitely something that in this car in particular, we have to see these players do very well. But I have to say, I mean, after seeing this first match, Diesel Dragon is just about the best competitor Elite Joe could have. I mean, Elite Joe, obviously, I would say is a lot of people's favorite, but Diesel Dragon really did give him a run for his money here, and I would not be surprised if we continue to see incredibly close matches between these two. Well, we've only got a maximum of 2 more, but honestly, I think this could go either way.
Well, there's absolutely also the potential to see these players both in the grand finals as well, because I believe we're still in that upper bracket. So these players are not getting eliminated. They are just going to get sent to the lower bracket matches. So they could possibly meet again in the grand finals. I think that'd be very spicy and very fun to watch as well. But I definitely agree with you about these closer matches. With the Iowa side, there was a lot of I guess, unpredictable nature coming into it, because half of the players were making their first appearance, whereas this time around, as we've highlighted a couple of times already, all four of these Android competitors are no stranger to being in live finals, and of course with the added benefit that we know Elite Joe, and I assume also some of the other competitors, they are practicing and making sure that their time trial skills transfer over to live one-on-one battles. So hopefully we'll get into this second race soon. Hopefully we'll get into a third one, but you know, maybe that introduces some spiciness as well. But as we come on to Buenos Aires, my favorite track so far throughout this event, we're going to be in the Rimac Concept, or I'm sorry, Rimac Nevera, which means the handling is not as good as the Concept 1, but maybe it won't matter. But Elite Joe, wow, he is booking it already onto the stadium fields here. He has a pretty sizable lead already.
Yeah, Lijo seems to love taking these early leads, tries everything everything in his power as much as possible to get as ahead as possible early on, because I think, honestly, that's good motivation for him. Ooh, but it looks like Diesel Dragon is able to catch up a bit to him, and although it doesn't quite work out in his favor, he takes the barrel a little bit too low. Lijo goes higher, gets more airspeed, is able to pass him to take the lead right back from him. Again, a lot of back and forth between these two. Diesel Dragon is absolutely not going to let this go easy. Gets a bit of an unfortunate bump against the wall, which slowed him down a decent amount. But what I'm really curious to see, every single Buenos Aires match that we have had so far has had some kind of craziness in it, be it a torpedo or a helicopter. I'm curious, are we going to see anything like that in this race?
Oh, I don't think so. Elite Joe is really far ahead. I think what happened to Diesel Dragon with that wall was very unfortunate. Elite Joe is actually playing it very safe, making sure he has shockwave for that jump. So I don't think there's a world where he has any sort of disaster. He knows exactly what he's doing, and we're almost done with the race. So I think he's going to book it down this straightaway here and make sure he lands this jump, make sure he doesn't smack into the wall like Diesel Dragon did. A little bit maybe there. Diesel Dragon actually left the track there for a second. So that basically confirmed it, that Elite Joe is going to go up 2-0 and continue on, I believe, to the grand finals for our Android bracket.
That is correct, and we have our second 2-0 of the Android side. Honestly, this was not something I had expected. I'd expected to see more of the 2-1s, but in this case, it looks like Elite Joe is just too strong. Diesel Dragon, however, doing incredibly well against him, doing everything he can. Just those little tiny, not really even mistakes, because they didn't really make them, but Elite Joe bumped him a bit on that section, was able to get ahead, and that allowed him to take the victory there in that second race. And the first Buenos Aires race without any crazy shenanigans. That's something.
Yeah, there we have it. F-Dot, we got our first grand final appearance. What do you think about Elite Joe making it back? He's doing what he said he did.
I mean, absolutely. This is what I want to see in a competitor. He's like, all right, last time around, we won't talk about it. This time around, I'll force you to talk about it, but in a good way. I'm in the grand final. That's the type of attitude I want to see for sure. So as Marv said, Elite Joe sits pretty in the grand finals, waiting for everyone else to get there. RPM and Pickle, RPM, Pickle, and CJ get their second chance. Diesel Dragon will place the winner of that one, and all of that happens after the break. Stay tuned. We're coming back with the Snapdragon Pro Series after this.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Galaxy Z Fold 4, Monster Energy, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how it would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on the mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wanna play with you, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my work. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed. So now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'm a word. Through the struggle and hurt. Cause I know my worth. And I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them. That when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them. And only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my work. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed. So now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'm a word. Through the struggle and hurt. Cause I know my worth. And I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me. How'd I turn pain into energy? Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my work, and that's why I gotta be first.
I gotta get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually when it stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me, yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me, my fire's burning, I'm always learning, tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey, yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited, keep it 300, King Leonidas, strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride, working on me every single day and night, there comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
And just like that, we have the redemption arc. Elite Joe waiting in the grand finals. Listen, I didn't write the script. There is no script. That's the beautiful thing about sports. But if I did write the script, this is what it might look like. Elite Joe sitting in the grand finals, just waiting, hanging out against the winner of Diesel Dragon, and, well, he's also waiting, hanging out to see who the winner of RPM Pickle and CJ is. Welcome back to the show. We've got our double elimination bracket right here. I'm F. Dot. I've got Marf and Furum right here, and we are right here getting into the nitty-gritty of Asphalt 9. Marf, so far, it's been an exciting run with Android. Big picture, helicopter view, how you feeling?
Oh, this script is really nice so far. I mean, someone wrote maybe scribbles in that iOS one, but for the Android side, it is smooth, clean lines, baby. They were so amazing. These players had so many clean, concise races. I love the driving style that we're seeing. And again, it's as a result, these players are used to this. They're veterans, and we can tell that they've been bringing their A game.
Very, very true. Well, the first race of the end of the show, RPM Pickle. This is a player out of the RPM squad, out of the RPM club. And if you're just joining us, the iOS Victor was in the same club. So that might give Pickle a little bit of a leg up here. Furum, what's your take on RPM Pickle?
Yeah, I mean, RPM Pickle has been extremely strong so far. I mean, he did lose to Elite Joe, but he hasn't really made any huge mistakes, I would say. Honestly, to be fair, none of these Android players have made a lot of huge mistakes. They've been very consistent. And Pickle here, I mean, this was the one where he was going back and forth, and just that knockdown there on San Francisco did not do anything good for him. So maybe he's looking to come back, have some redemption himself, and I definitely think we're going to see some good things from him.
Well, Pickle is one member that's going to be hitting the track right now. And then, of course, across the way, Marf, we got CJ.
Yeah, dude, CJ is just so darn consistent. It's unfortunate to see him in the lower bracket, but hey, I mean, what we're talking about between a lot of these players is milliseconds. So it's not uncommon to see just that little bit of an edge take the victory for a player. So I wouldn't say this is a disappointing show from CJ. I guess maybe just things haven't worked out for his favor this time around. But again, that lower bracket though, we haven't seen this before, so maybe that'll give him some extra confidence knowing that he's not out of it yet. Maybe he needs to brush off those nerves from returning to play after a while. So yeah, I'm very confident in CJ's ability to bring it back. I think he has what it takes, and I'm curious to see if he can actually pull through.
I mean, something you've hit a number of times here is how different that the multiplayer can be from the qualifying laps, but these players were separated by 7/100ths of a second as far as their qualifying laps. So we'll see how much that goes to the wind once we introduce a real car. And once we introduce US Midwest, Shanghai, and Cairo as well. Shanghai can be a mess of a track, Theorem. So taking a look at this track list, what are you expecting out of our two competitors?
Yeah, I mean, Shanghai definitely can be a mess. The rest of these can all technically be messes too, but I think it is less likely because these players will have known very well these tracks for a long time. Canyon Launch, a very well-known track. So I think on all these, we can expect to see a very close match. As you said, CJ and Pickle had incredibly close qualifying times. So, you know, if that is to predict anything, it's that it's likely we will see these guys go neck and neck on really on all of these tracks. I honestly wouldn't expect anything different from them.
Yeah, this is a tight group of racers. All four of our competitors here today, very, very strong. And honestly, anybody can run away with it and wind up in the grand finals, taking down Elite Joe. I say that confidently, not just being Mr. Esports host here. I actually think all three of these guys waiting to face Joe could actually do it. So it's going to be really, really fun kind of watching all of it break down here, Marv. Any predictions for this next one?
Oh man, that's a good question. You've got some really good questions, man. I'm gonna go with CJ. I think his consistency is going to bring him victory here. But it is anyone's game. You're right on that. The margins are so close. Like you said, the qualifying laps, the difference of 7/100ths of a second. I mean, can you even quantify that? I can't. So yeah, I'm very excited to get this race underway.
Well, that's what we're going to do. But again, we got to hit the brakes real quick and give you guys another code to jump in and get some free stuff. So it's going to be Snapdragon_NA. Snapdragon_NA. I say it twice just to make sure you guys get it. But that's all the time I'm going to waste. Let's jump in to our bottom side of the bracket and make our way to grand finals. Pickle versus CJ. Let's roll.
Here we have it, Pickle versus CJ. Gosh, Asphalt 9 players have some of the most amazing names. I gotta give the respect to you guys out there. But yeah, two very consistent players coming up against one another. Here we are starting on the US Midwest, and this track list is the bread and butter of Asphalt 9 esports. All of these tracks are 5 years old. Pickle missing the barrel roll but going just above, and that extra barrel roll, or I'm sorry, 360 from CJ is going to cost him that lead. He had the initial advantage, actually takes it over a bit, but bumps into the back of Pickle. So Pickle makes sure he maintains the lead as they go into the canyon area.
Dude, I think these are really going to be some of the closest races that we see, barring a knockdown, which, you know, is possible. I mean, they've been just so back and forth so far, even taking slightly different routes. You know, earlier you were saying you were thinking about CJ. I had my money on RPM Pickle originally, but it's honestly looking like CJ is having a bit of a better time in this first round. Oh, maybe not. I spoke a bit too soon. RPM Pickle taking the slightly more inside route and taking the slight lead here, but then CJ taking a more inside route and taking the lead. These guys are just going to go back and forth. I mean, honestly, that's what we're going to expect to see for these entire matches. There is no way of knowing or even possibly predicting who is going to win any of these up until the last minute. Because, I mean, even coming into this second lap here, Marf, we see them with almost no space in between themselves.
Oh, this racing is absolutely beautiful. It's like watching a painter paint. I mean, the art that these players are creating with their track times, their routes that they're taking, and the way that they flow in and out of these jumps is beautiful. And thus, we are getting some amazing races. It's so close, like you said. CJ going very high on that barrel wall. That's going to cost him a bit of speed. RPM Pickle can take the lead from the outside, but he won't. He's going to drift on the inside, and they're neck and neck right as they go onto the straightaway. This is within hundredths of a second. Like their qualifying laps, the bump from CJ, Pickle has to go wide to compensate and not wreck. This is going to cause him to lose a bit of speed. Is he going to try and bounce off? He will. Some extra airtime there, but will he have enough for Shockwave? He won't. Going to use only double tap Nitro. And as we get onto the last part of our second lap, CJ from a knockdown from below, that's going to seal it. CJ is going to take the first track here for our lower bracket.
Yeah, it was up to the knockdowns. I mean, they were absolutely neck and neck up until that point. It was anyone's game, but then that knockdown came in. I think CJ might have bumped the wall a little bit, which caused him to fall a little bit back. And then Pickle, I'm not entirely sure what happened. Might have either landed on top of him or touched him, just tapped the car ever so slightly. But in any case, that leads to a CJ win first here, just around 5 or 6 seconds in between the two. So not the closest, but not the farthest margin. But I will say, I do think out of all the races we have seen so far, this is the most neck and neck and most intense out of any of them. There are so many overtakes along the way. Honestly, at no point did I ever have a prediction who was going to win. I think these two are probably the most evenly matched pair of players we have seen so far today.
Yeah, it was like watching two bullets fly right next to each other. It was incredible up until that knockdown where CJ made sure to secure that victory. Maybe he was like, all right, I'm done having fun. I'm done having this be a close affair. I'm just going to end it right here and now and make sure he's got the lead in the series. But again, it's just a lead in the series. It's not confirmed just yet, but the 0-1 is going to come out from CJ. He does have the early advantage here. Will Pickle make the reverse sweep? I'm always looking for a reverse sweep, man. I'm trying to manifest it from my mind because I don't believe we've seen one yet today. I could be wrong on that, but reverse sweeps are always fun to see in esports. So hopefully Pickle has what it takes. Maybe he'll go on the aggressive footing. Maybe he's sick and tired of CJ's antics of, having such a clean race up until the very end and then just cutting him out like that. So yeah, I'm excited to go into, I believe Shanghai I believe is going to be our second track here. Again, bread and butter of Asphalt 9, 5-year history on these tracks for these players to study.
Oh yeah, both of these players will have gotten, dozens, maybe even hundreds of times and laps in on all of these tracks. Shanghai included in that. We saw that come into play in the very first race. You could tell they knew the track like the back of their hand. Even the little mistakes, they knew how to recover from them. And that's something else that you got to keep in mind on this Android side with these more veteran players. Recovering from mistakes is kind of underrated, honestly. You don't really talk about it a lot, but it can be incredibly helpful, especially in these cases where you have these duels. CJ opting for the early drift into a Shockwave to get that very fast barrel, to get up to speed before that. He will take an early lead here. Pickle not too far behind him, though. And again, we are on Shanghai, on a track that is very well suited for the Nevera. Pickle doing a floaty drift, CJ not doing one, and it looks like they're pretty much still neck and neck. CJ with that very early he took that very early lead due to that Shockwave, and it looks like, again, even though they are very similarly matched, their playstyles are a bit different. Pickle seemingly to do more 360s. But then CJ does one in a different place. Will they both do one on any of the same turns? It has not looked like. Oh, there they go. There they go. They both did a floaty drift on the same turn. Again, just as close as the first race, I gotta say.
Ooh, they're taking different routes here on the second lap as we go into the beginning there. A bit of a floaty drift. Is that going to cost him? No. But, I spoke way too soon. It is. They're neck and neck now, both doing helicopter spins in the air. Pickle, is he going to take it? Oh, trying to go on the inside line. CJ, I believe, hit that car. Might have cost him a bit of speed, but they're flying through the skyline, soaring through these neon lights, and this race is still so close. Are we going to see a knockdown at the end? Are we? Pickle's going to overtake, shove him into the other route there. That was an incredible move by Pickle to try and block CJ's route. That's going to cost him so much. CJ is now so far behind.
Yeah, that honestly, that is one of the best plays I've seen so far. I don't know if it was intentional or not, but he did not force, or he may have been trying to push CJ into a wreck in the middle. But CJ, again, recovering from that very quickly, and instead of wrecking in the middle, decided, you know what, I'm going to take this tiny little loss here, take the slightly longer route. Maybe I'll be able to catch up to him again. It won't be as bad as wrecking, but in this case, it didn't look like it was going to work out for him. And RPM Pickle, with that little bump onto the other side, does take the victory here. And I mean, this is only about a second difference. And I have to say, this variant of Shanghai is one of my favorites to see in multiplayer, especially toward the beginning there, where you have all these players just spinning every which way off all of these. I mean, they got so much airtime, so many 360s here. And especially on the second lap, it was very interesting to see the two players neck and neck there. I was just waiting for a mid-air knockdown. Thought for sure it was going to happen, especially when these two were bumping next to each other. But something happened we did not expect, got pushed onto the long way. That's just something. I mean, you can never know what to expect from these.
Oh yeah, flying through the soaring and the swirling colors going by as we see that push there from Pickle securing the victory. Maybe a bit of a comeback there, or an answer to what CJ did in that first race. I think Pickle was sort of giving a nod to that, but he did it in a, I wouldn't say a dirty way. He was like, I'm going to give you the chance to go off to the side of the road. I'm not going to completely knock you down. So I'm going to show that I have the skills to do what it takes to be aggressive, to take action. And it was no longer a clean race after that. So great moves coming out from Pickle, making sure to tie up this series, and we are going to go to that third track.
Yeah, one thing I would say about Pickle is not that he's aggressive. I don't think that's the right word. I think he's bold. He takes a bit of strategies that not everybody might do. Like, I don't know how many people would think of, you know, trying to push someone onto the long way, regardless again of whether or not it was intentional. It worked out in his favor, and it was not something that I expected to see. And so I think that if CJ wants to win this final race, he's going to need to keep an eye on Pickle. I mean, Pickle may seem not that bad, you know, not too difficult, but I do think if Pickle gets in a pickle, CJ's going to be in a pickle. And he's going to need to pull out all the stops in order to win this. But honestly, I have no prediction on who's going to win this final race as we get into it here on, this is actually my favorite track in the game, Nile River. This is the one I was talking about earlier with the 360-degree turn at the very end. I'll be curious to see if that comes into play here. CJ taking an early lead, wants to get away from Pickle, doesn't want any car contact, I am almost certain, because if he's able to maintain that lead, even if it's just a small lead, it's going to do wonders on this track. They both know very well.
Yeah, both these players trading blows in those past couple of races. They probably want to avoid that altogether again. So now the name of the game is getting ahead as soon as possible and as fast as possible. And CJ, well, he achieved that before Pickle, but a wreck right onto the barrier. CJ smashing right into the front side there, wrecking the car. And that's going to give Pickle an incredible lead because he is barreling it down the straightaway like a torpedo, all the way at full speed, about to go into the 360 turn, heading into his second lap. All the while, CJ is back here, hasn't even gotten to that big turn just yet.
Yeah, and Pickle taking the turn, I mean, with ease. You can see him drifting around there. No issues at all. Oh, wait. I'm not sure if that was on purpose or not. He just did a 360 after the turn there. I mean, at this point, he can do that and not really risk worrying about it. CJ taking a bit of a possibly different route than I might expect from him. But at this point, it does look like Pickle is probably going to run away with it. I mean, just one mistake from CJ. I think he maybe got slightly too ambitious on his route in that middle section back there. There's so many ways you can take, each of them with their own little risks, and it looks like CJ's didn't quite pay off. But of course, RPM Pickle now coming into the same section, taking the same route he did the first time, not doing anything risky. Does go a bit high in that barrel, but it turns out okay for him. And I mean, it doesn't look like CJ is going to have much of a chance to catch up here.
I mean, when you have a pickle in your rearview mirror, it can be quite intimidating. So maybe that's what happened to CJ. Maybe got a bit too scared of what that pickle has in store for him. But Pickle is going to go around this 360 and complete his victory lap here as he eliminates CJ from play from this lower bracket match, doing a bit of a victory 360 there, confirming the win.
And, you know, people always get on to me about calling it the 360 turn, so I'm going to say the 270-degree turn for all of you fellow math nerds out there. But here, Pickle and CJ only 4 seconds apart, and, you know, that is one thing that I've learned. A wreck will typically cause people to be around 3 or 4 seconds apart, which means there's that 3 or 4 second gap to close up. CJ was unfortunately not able to do it. It looks like he hit the center, the little rails on the bridge over there, and that is what cost him the win. Pickle doing a 360 at the end of both laps, and with that he takes it. And I mean that is the match between CJ and Pickle finished.
Yeah, F thought, let me know what you thought of those couple of wrecks there, because that was some Demolition Derby, sometimes a bit more than iOS because it was a big gap there, but I was entertained through and through the whole way.
I mean, I definitely enjoyed what we saw. I think that, oh man, I was upset that it winds up ending in sort of a one-man crash. Like if CJ gets bombed or something, that was the coolest part of today's contest, by the way, for me. The play when they're kind of like Goofy movie style and just bonked in the other direction, that was the play. I'm here for it, love to see it. And as a result, we've got a new bracket for you. CJ, unfortunately, we say farewell to ye, as CJ confirms that 4th position place. RPM Pickle and Diesel Dragon now have to battle it out to see who goes head-to-head against Elite Joe. Now, as far as I'm concerned, Diesel Dragon, they might have a better shot against Joe now that they've already played against him in the upper bracket final. But the problem is, guys, is that Diesel Dragon has to play through Pickle first. So now, we've got Diesel Dragon on the track. We saw his qualifier. We saw some entertaining race from him before Furum. Today, what does Diesel Dragon look like today?
I mean, Diesel Dragon's been very strong all today. Even though he did lose to Elite Joe overall, he's put up a very strong battle. And I mean, he has not played against Pickle yet, so I'm very curious to see how that will go. I do think that Diesel might have the slight edge overall from what I have seen, but Pickle is certainly a force to be reckoned with. And honestly, it is a whole lot harder to give predictions on this side. But Diesel Dragon, he's just been so consistent overall. And I think we'll continue to see the same level of consistency in his match against Pickle, and if he wins, his final match against Elite Joe. But that remains to be seen.
Well, RPM Pickle, we have seen him so far. And Marv, I actually really like something Furum said about this player, that aggressive might not be the word, but bold might be. I think that's a really, really good kind of screenshot of what to expect out of RPM Pickle. But taking a look at what we've got out of him before and now going head-to-head against Diesel Dragon, what's your take, Marv? How do you think Pickle stands up?
I mean, when I predicted that CJ's consistency was going to beat out Pickle's boldness, I was clearly wrong. So you guys are right. I think the boldness of Mr. Pickle over here, and of course he's got the RPM name badge. Got to rep my boys at RPM as well. So I'm very confident in RPM Pickle this time around. I eat my words, and I don't eat pickles though. But I'm very happy that Pickle pulled out some awesome stunts here. He did an amazing job. So I think his confidence is going to go through the roof after defeating CJ. Again, nothing to sweat about. What an amazing competition so far.
We've got San Francisco, Himalayas, and Buenos Aires on the docket. Buenos Aires, one of the more interesting tracks for sure. That's the word of the day. So definitely an interesting track there. We'll see if we actually get to it, because as the guys mentioned earlier, we haven't seen a lot of these 3-game matches. We've just been 2-0 in pretty much the majority of the day here. So definitely an interesting look so far. But I'm excited to kind of jump on in and see where this is going. I'm glad Pickle is still here, because that means we're going to get at least 27 more fun pickle jokes out of Marf. So that's what I signed up for, and that's what we're getting. And I know what you guys signed up for, the free stuff. So I got more for it. Live_esports is going to go ahead and give you 10K credits, 3 card packs. You definitely want to go ahead and punch that in. But for me, I want to watch the drivers punch that gas pedal. So it's Diesel Dragon versus Pickle. Winner goes on to face Elite Joe in the grand finals. You know what to do.
Oh boy, sure do I know what to do. We're going to get right into this spicy action as soon as possible. Be sure to not miss it, guys. You are at the one-stop shop for Asphalt 9 action. And here we go, Pickle versus Diesel Dragon, the lower bracket finals. Who is going to meet up with Elite Joe? Some aggressive 360 coming out here. Diesel Dragon taking an early lead. Pickle not far behind. A bit of a bump there, trying to get ahead, but he was knocked back there. More aggressive driving here from Pickle. He's trying to pull out everything he can to try and get this lead, but Diesel Dragon is not budging whatsoever. He is making sure that Pickle stays in that rearview mirror, trying to go on top of him. He's going to try to get the inside, but Dragon doing an amazing job at blocking. I'm so curious to see what's going to happen with all this airtime, but it looks like Pickle is falling behind just a bit.
Yeah, it does. I mean, Pickle's got to really try some extra stuff if he wants to catch up and beat Diesel Dragon. Diesel Dragon just pulling away with it here. I mean, one thing that Diesel Dragon did very well early on this race was, again, I don't know if this was intentional, but whenever Pickle was next to him, he was in shockwave or something like that so that he wouldn't risk getting knocked down, both at the very beginning around that turn, where we saw a knockdown before, and when Pickle almost landed on top of him from that barrel, and that did kind of save him here. So Diesel Dragon, again, the early lead in this race, again, going into the second lap here. And I think Pickle does have his work cut out for him. Now, again, with San Francisco being one of those tracks that these players know very well, I'm not expecting any of them to really make a mistake. So unless Diesel Dragon does something I don't expect, I mean, I really think he's got it in the bag.
Yeah, we saw with those big jumps over the bridge, the airtime really extended the lead, but Pickle started to pull back just a bit, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Diesel Dragon is extremely confident, as you can see, taking every corner with such precision. Pickle doing a bit of an inverse 360 barrel roll there, which is fun to see, but I don't think that's really going to do much for him, as we're about to get onto this final chicane here into the final lap. And yeah, ever so slightly Pickle's catching up, but it's not going to be enough. Diesel Dragon takes our first win here on San Francisco.
And insanely close, just like the rest of the races that we've seen. Only about half a second of difference between these two, and we really got to see in this race the strengths of both of them. Again, nobody made any mistakes. It's been a common theme throughout. I mean, they both did the 360 at the beginning to get the nitro. They both saved up for shockwave around these corners. I mean, again, they were nearly mirror images with each other at the beginning of this race, and that's something that we'll see a lot of on these tracks that have been out for a while. Just these players playing in a lot of similar ways. Diesel Dragon just did it ever so slightly better. These tiny little minute details just added up throughout the race, and I think that's what gave him the victory here.
Oh, now the Pickle is sweating. Now the Pickle has to be the intimidator yet again as he's on the back pedal. Will we see a third track if Pickle can pull it through with the second track victory? I hope so, because we've had a lot of awesome A9 action throughout this whole fancy afternoon here, so I'm hoping to see more. I don't think Pickle is going to be very discouraged from that, because there weren't any super crazy wrecks, there weren't any crazy mistakes or super insane overtakes and knockdowns, just some nice clean racing. But what we did see was that Diesel Dragon was a bit more precise, I think, in his cornering, way better use of nitro efficiency and management in subsections. And I also noticed that some of those jumps, it looked like Pickle took them a bit too high or at a different angle. And so all of those little things added up to the win for Diesel Dragon. But again, not out of the gates just yet. We do have possibly 2 more races left to go if Pickle takes this next one. So I'm hoping that he can rile up his energy, make sure he can bring the heat this time around to make sure we get a reverse sweep in the best of 3.
Yeah, I think Pickle definitely has a chance here. We saw his strengths in this last race against Diesel Dragon. Again, I do think that if he's able to just take those ramps a little bit, maybe a little bit lower, not take the corners a little bit as wide, he's got a great chance. Both players have been incredibly consistent throughout the entirety of our show so far. I would say at this point, I do think Diesel Dragon might be the slight favored player, considering, I mean, he's been one of the most consistent out of everybody. Has he made really any mistake at all so far? Maybe a couple of them, but here we're moving on to our second race, possibly our final one. Hopefully not. Hopefully we get to see a third one. Diesel Dragon taking the early lead. They're both going for this barrel. We'll have to see, will they take the lower route or the upper route? Oh, again, we see a difference between the two. Diesel Dragon goes lower on the barrel, gets on the upper route. RPM Pickle goes higher, gets on the lower route. And again, levitating in midair. No, I think there's a cliff there or something. But again, they're both pretty much neck and neck. Diesel Dragon having the ever so slight lead. I do think that in the Nevera, both the top and the bottom route are quite similar. Diesel Dragon opting to do a barrel roll while RPM Pickle doing a 360. And again, we're seeing a similar or almost a repeat of the previous race where Diesel Dragon is just doing everything ever so slightly, maybe better, slightly tighter, slightly better cornering and everything. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see something similar as we did on San Francisco.
Yeah, you could see at the beginning of that last lap, and Pickle with an extra 360, that's going to cost him a bit of time. But what you saw is Pickle unfortunately went a bit too high on that barrel roll. He's not going to make the same mistake this time, but last time you could see that he was really wanting to go for that inside line, but then at the last second he decided he was probably going to wreck, so he decided otherwise. Now, I think going to that bottom route is a lot better than doing a full wreck, so I think he made the right decision there, but it was just another repeat of some of the things we saw last time, where Diesel Dragon was calm, very concise with his drifting, whereas Pickle took those higher barrel rolls and made it so that he had to choose a different route, one that probably wasn't as optimal as he would have hoped, and as a result, Diesel Dragon is still in the lead as we head into the final half of our second lap.
Yeah, and I mean, it's looking like it's shaping up to be another Diesel Dragon versus Elite Joe matchup. If Diesel Dragon is able to finish out this race here, Pickle, of course, putting up a very strong fight, as always, just ever so slightly behind. And again, there are mere seconds in between the two. Both players played extremely well here, but Diesel Dragon does take it, goes 2-0 against Pickle with honestly some of the closer matches that we have seen here. He does take that early lead with that early nitro. They both go up this barrel. They go on different routes throughout it. On the second lap though, they go definitely a bit more similar in terms of their routes. But yeah, overall, both players played extremely well. Diesel Dragon though, just slightly more consistent again.
Yep, as you said, there we go. And yeah, the consistency really made sure that he took the victory, and we're going to see that repeat matchup. F-Dot, I know you're going to be extremely excited about what's to come.
Oh, absolutely. You know, I am equally as excited as I am upset because, of course, on the bottom side, meaning we got to say goodbye. And I really like the way RPM Pickle was playing today. But, you know, Diesel Dragon just winds up on top. Sometimes that's the way the crumpet crumbles. And so that's what we're looking at here. Roll that bracket back real quick so we can get a visual as far as how these contenders have been, well, contending. You see Diesel Dragon 2-0. And that's kind of been the vibe here today. Pickle brings Joe to a third race in the semifinals. So a little surprising to see Pickle wind up getting 2-0'd right before the grand finals. But, well, now we've got the table set. And Elite Joe is right here against Diesel Dragon. So Diesel Dragon has been playing pretty much this entire time, whereas Joe, a little bit colder now. And I think, you know, this is always the fun question. Marv, if you were competing, would you rather be Diesel Dragon, who's coming off right off of a race, or would you rather be Elite Joe, who has been chilling in the wings waiting for a little while now?
Ooh, that's a tough one, because who knows what's going through Elite Joe's mind. Maybe he's just sitting there waiting and the antics are bringing up. Maybe the nerves are coming back, like, oh, I'm in a grand final again. I need to prove myself yet again. I need that redemption arc. Whereas, yeah, Diesel Dragon, he's been racing. He's been practicing. He's all warmed up and everything like that. We see that a lot in esports with scheduling and the way that players play. If they come from that lower bracket, sometimes they have that experience advantage, that experience in the milliseconds before the race starts. They just have that ability to get used to it, and they're in the zone still, and that's super important. Maybe from the time where he was playing, Elite Joe was out of the zone.
Well, Diesel Dragon certainly in the zone here. Furum, the way Diesel Dragon plays, do you think it is a good matchup versus Joe, or do you think it's a bad matchup versus Elite Joe?
I mean, that's tough to say. On one hand, Diesel Dragon has been incredibly consistent, and that has allowed him to, I mean, come back from the lower bracket into the grand finals, and that allowed him to get wins over CJ and RPM Pickle. But against Elite Joe, I almost think it's a whole nother ball game. I mean, Elite Joe has just been so incredibly fast every single race he has played in. I do think Diesel Dragon's strategy of just playing it safe and very consistently might not always necessarily work out in his favor. So I think he's got to maybe innovate it a little bit.
Well, certainly need to be innovative here on our grand finals. Reminder, this is a best of 5, and because we have a top bracket, bottom bracket double elimination situation, there is an upswing for the top side. So Elite Joe has not lost today. So therefore, he comes in with the advantage of 1 game. So all Joe needs to do is win 2 of these races. On the other side, we have Diesel Dragon, who did wind up losing once and having to fight their way through the bottom side of the bracket, which means they start with a big goose egg. So Joe has to win 2 races, whereas Diesel Dragon needs to win 3. So a little bit of an advantage for Joe being on the top side. But honestly, with the way these races go, it's not an advantage, but I think realistically, its game is so fast, it is so quick, that ultimately the best racer is going to win here in our grand finals. That's my 2 cents. And as far as you guys are concerned at home, I'm going to give you more than 2 cents. I'm going to give you guys 10,000 credits and 3 card packs. So one more time, we have a new code, live_esports. Punch that in, 10 grand and 3 card packs. But this is it. We've been here for a number of hours, watching a number of competitors on a number of tracks take home a number of dollars. And now, Elite Joe or Diesel Dragon. One of them takes home $1,200, and we're going to find out now.
Oh boy, the Android Grand Finals. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. One car stands between Elite Joe and Destiny. Can he redeem himself on Osaka? That doesn't seem to be the case. Diesel Dragon takes an early lead. Elite Joe right behind him. Not too crazy just yet. Nothing, pulling out the punches, and it looks like Diesel Dragon taking that early lead. Like I said, he's going to go for that inside. Elite Joe coming right behind him. This is still pretty darn close. Fearum, take it away.
I mean, I cannot say this is what I was expecting. In almost every race so far, Elite Joe has gotten an early lead using that early nitro. He likes to get that early advantage, but it looks like Diesel Dragon using that against him here, taking that early lead and just keeping it around these corners. Elite Joe right behind him, but not really catching up at all. I mean, honestly, if I had to say it, I'd say that Diesel Dragon has probably been driving even better throughout this race. He's been using Shockwave more rather than just a double tap nitro. Elite Joe obviously not too far behind, but we do see a small lead or a small distance between them beginning to appear. I'm really curious to see if Elite Joe will manage to close that or not. But Diesel Dragon, incredibly strong so far this race. I am very much impressed here. And like I said, this is not what I expected at all.
Yeah, no, Elite Joe not out of the gate quite yet. We've seen him take him a lot of early leads, but Diesel Dragon managed to snatch that from the claws of Elite Joe, and he's maintained it that whole way through. There is still tons of potential for Elite Joe to make a move to try and get through that section. He's going to go for the inside. He can't, unfortunately, not enough handling for him to do so. He's going to fall even further behind. Now, he still has that 1-0 lead, right? So that means maybe he doesn't have to worry so much in this track. Maybe he's got to get warmed up from taking that break. Diesel Dragon is in the zone for sure. He is not taking any breaks from competition, and I think he's going to take this first track here on Osaka, one of the more twisty, tricky tracks here, but it looks like Diesel Dragon has mastered it perfectly as he goes across the bridge and crosses the finish line.
Now, Diesel Dragon was simply on fire throughout this entire race, and we might have a new contender for closest. They were only about a quarter of a second apart. I mean, even though Diesel Dragon, was pulling ahead throughout a lot of the race, it did look like Elite Joe was getting a bit closer toward the very end. There was not enough, though, to win. We had an early bump with Elite Joe, and we also saw another bump toward the beginning of the second lap, but thankfully, for the sake of competition, there was no knockdown in this race. We got an incredibly close race between these two. I mean, I was talking before about CJ and Pickle having some of the closest matches. I might have to revise that. I think Diesel Dragon and Elite Joe might have some of them. I mean, if this race is anything to go off of, Marv.
Oh, I mean, it was certainly very close, I do have to say. Very fun to watch as well, I might add. But something that I noticed throughout the race was that it seemed like Diesel Dragon always had more nitro than Elite Joe, which I thought definitely gave him a bit of an advantage. Certainly we saw with the shockwave use as well in regards to that. So hopefully Elite Joe can manage his nitro a bit better. But don't forget, as you'll see right there, it is 1-1, even though you might have seen that victory, because he came from the upper bracket. Elite Joe is starting out 1-0, so as a result of this past race, it is now tied 1-1. So just like with the iOS bracket, we're now all evened out. Anything is possible now.
Yeah, we are. I mean, this whole idea of having the person who won the upper bracket, get their extra point hasn't really come a lot into play so far. I mean, on both the iOS and the Android side, it's been evened out in the very first race. I mean, which again, not necessarily something that I expected. Great for the competition, obviously. And I mean, on the iOS side, we got to see a ton of races in the grand final. I'm honestly thinking it's quite possible we do go to a full set of 4 races here. But of course, Diesel Dragon will have to continue to be consistent in this second race here against Elite Joe, starting off on Rome. And we will now see that Elite Joe does take that initial lead that we kind of have grown to expect from him. Does a 360, whereas Diesel Dragon does a barrel. And it looks like Elite Joe definitely, I mean, they're both pretty much taking the same routes, but again, that early lead for Elite Joe really coming into play here. Diesel Dragon is going to have his work cut out for him because, I mean, Rome, even though it is a, it's a track that's a bit twistier, a bit tighter, and maybe slightly easier to make a mistake on, these players will know it very well. And so honestly, I'm not really expecting these guys to make a mistake. I'm expecting some very clean racing here from both of them. And it looks like that's what we are getting so far, heading into the, well, almost to the second lap here, going over these rough terrain sections. Yeah, neither of the players making any mistakes so far, just Diesel Dragon a bit behind.
Yeah, I think while he didn't make any mistakes per se, it definitely seemed like Elite Joe's lines were a bit cleaner. In fact, even on that first lap, he lined up the 360 to land and then exactly do a floaty drift. Will he do it this time around? I want to see if he manages to pull off that same stunt. Yeah, look at this. He's going to line it up absolutely perfectly. Diesel Dragon following behind with a barrel roll. Elite Joe making sure not to lose any speed through the corners whatsoever. Very clean racing, and I think Elite Joe is a bit upset about what happened last time around. I think he's very hungry for this victory. He's hungry to redeem himself and claim Destiny's trophy. But there we go. Yeah, Diesel Dragon going along that rough terrain, trying to get as much airspeed as possible, but Elite Joe was playing it a bit safe. But as you saw, because of that route, Diesel Dragon managed to hit the wall just a bit there, which is going to cost him a bit more time. Elite Joe extends the lead even further. I'm pretty certain at this point that he's definitely going to take this second track here and extend his lead in the best of 5 grand finals.
Yeah, that's what it looks like to me as well. I mean, back to what you were saying earlier, even though Diesel Dragon didn't really make too many mistakes per se, other than maybe that one hitting against the wall not too long ago. It's more those little things that come into play rather than the big things, especially in these final matches with these amazing players. As you said, Elite Joe taking the better lines with that really cool 360 to go right into a floaty drift around that first corner on both laps. Only about a 2-second difference between them, but that 2 seconds is enough enough of a difference to make the difference. In this case, as we get to hear, Elite Joe does get that early lead, and I do think that Elite Joe did a better job in this race of keeping that nitro management good. He seemed a lot more consistent with it this time around than he was on Osaka, and he ran away with it.
Yep, there you have it, guys. It's Diesel Dragon unfortunately not pulling out what he needed to in this time around. It's going to be a 2-1 lead for Elite Joe in this best of 5 grand finals, making it interesting, making it competitive to be sure. I think he was definitely upset at what happened in that first race. He was trying to scope out the competition. Is Diesel Dragon really ready to face me in a best of 5? Oh, it looks like he is. I gotta put my game face on. No more Mr. Nice Guy. And so we saw him pull out some extremely clean races there on Rome. Great lap times and great clean racing. Diesel Dragon just hitting too many walls, I would say. The racing lines weren't as clean as you would like to see. No mistakes, as you would say, but I think Elite Joe just prepared a bit better and had a mental image in his mind of exactly the right way to approach it with the Rimac Nevera.
Yeah, Elite Joe just seemed like he was on top of his game this time, whereas Diesel Dragon maybe wasn't quite as consistent as he was before. And coming into our next race, I mean, this could be the final race, depending on how it goes. Hopefully it's not. Hopefully we get to see the full set of races, but we will see right now heading into Greenland, which has been known to be definitely well, I don't want to say interesting, but that's what I'm going to say because I can't think of another word right now to use for it. Elite Joe using the tricks over on the side, Diesel Dragon not doing so. Again, this kind of I guess dichotomy between them where Elite Joe may be slightly more willing to take risks than Diesel Dragon, but I think Diesel Dragon has got to be willing to do so, which he just hasn't been for a lot of the time. And he really needs to do that if he wants to have a chance of beating Elite Joe. Right now, Diesel Dragon in the lead, but only by about a car's length. Elite Joe not really necessarily catching, but definitely holding that lead, taking the separate barrels here. Elite Joe trying to take the inside line and just ooh, are we going to see a knockdown? Nope, no knockdown there. Elite Joe knew that Diesel Dragon was in Shockwave in the air. That is prime time for a knockdown. So he stayed away from him on purpose, I would say, and that definitely paid off for him as he's able to take a lead heading into the end of the first lap.
Oh, that was probably the cleanest overtake we've seen all day long. Elite Joe kept his composure the whole way through. He was confident that he had the right line there, took it and maximized it to perfection. Diesel Dragon maybe a bit flustered. They're like, how in the world did he do that? I didn't even see him in my rearview mirror for a second. And it looks like Elite Joe also learned from his mistakes last time he was venturing on this Greenland volcano there, making sure not to bump into the walls while going over the geysers, learning from his mistakes. And this could be it, ladies and gentlemen, the final race, because Elite Joe is in the lead coming onto the second lap. He needs this one last victory to claim the best of 5, and it's just between this last lap and the trophy.
Yeah, it all comes down to this final 25% of this race, Diesel Dragon versus Elite Joe. Quite possibly our final race of the grand finals. The only last thing to contend with, this airplane. Will the airplane cause any issues? It doesn't look like it does for either of the players, which is awesome to see. Definitely a sticking point when this track first came out. Elite Joe, though, masterfully getting through all of these sections. Diesel Dragon, though, not really falling any further behind. I mean, even after that overtake, he didn't really let it get to him all that much. He's staying right on top of Elite Joe, or very close to him. It doesn't look, though, that it's going to be quite enough. Elite Joe does finish the race, redeeming himself, getting that third point to take the victory in the grand finals against Diesel Dragon. Still, though, only about a second difference.
There we have it, ladies and gentlemen, from Rage Quit to first place in the next tournament. Diesel Dragon has written it down in the history books. What an amazing storyline we see come to a close here. Of course, there's more to come in the future, but for this one, Elite Joe takes it with this insanely clean overtake, neck and neck, no player wanting to take each other out. Lots of mutual respect coming in here. Commiserations to Diesel Dragon on what was an amazing performance, but it just wasn't enough for the redemption arc of Elite Joe. F-Dot, this was just such an incredible sequence of cinematic events. How are you feeling after that one?
I mean, this is what I sign up for. I root for the good story. I'm a Matt Christopher fan, and we got a book tonight, like straight up and down. I like the way you said it too, man. From rage quit to first place. That really is just quintessentially what we're taking a look at here. And so, roll back that bracket. Elite Joe came through, and Pickle did force a game 3. But then Joe had pretty much no problem with Diesel Dragon, who then again played against Elite Joe in the grand finals. Now, Furum, Diesel Dragon put up a little bit more of a fight here in the grand finals, but Joe just unquestionably the strongest on the battlefield here today. What was your favorite matchup on the Android side of the bracket?
Ooh, man, that is a really tough one. Honestly, that last one that we saw with that super clean overtake on Greenland was incredibly clean to see. It really much just shows how much these players have put into it. And I mean, Elite Joe's his practicing on multiplayer between the last tournament and this one, I would say probably is what gave him some of that instinct to, you know, just stay away from the other players. He tried to stay quite a bit away from Diesel Dragon as much as he could throughout the races. So that is definitely something that led in part to his victory today, I would say.
Yeah, Marv, you brought that up a number of times about how a number of these players kind of are more familiar with timed events as opposed to the multiplayer extra car on the track type deal. Now, after seeing Elite Joe and how he practiced and everything, what do you think the biggest takeaways are with respect to playing multiplayer? Because we saw a lot of physical play, but I don't know if that's the key to victory.
Well, I think if you're taking a look at how you should prepare for a live 1-versus-1 finals, just Elite Joe had an absolute masterclass of a showing, especially in that last track there, like Furum was mentioning. I mean, you do have to practice multiplayer at some point. You got to know how to respect your opponents, but you also have to know how to take space to claim your racing lines and make sure you don't get flustered by having, let's say, a pickle in your rearview mirror, because that might be intimidating for some people.
I also think it's important to do what Furum said earlier about, I believe it was actually Pickle. Aggression is one thing, but a lot of times aggression can kind of lead you astray. But what is it? Fortune favors the bold. Be bold, not aggressive, I think is a big, big takeaway here. Calculated risk is really what I see a lot of these players being rewarded for. And if you want to talk about reward, Joe is the guy bringing home that big old bag of money. $1,200 right there in the pocket, ready to go. Of course, as we said, this is the open finals of Season 3's A9 competition. So all 4 competitors here wind up taking some money home. And don't forget, this is just the second half of the show. Earlier today, we had an iOS bracket as well. Y'all are invited to watch the VOD because there were 4 strong competitors there as well. And the winner, RPM Al, took home $1,200. But right here, want to congratulate Android's Elite Joe on the victory. $1,200 for him off of the fantastic performance. And now, guys, I asked you a little bit about the Android stuff because that's what just happened. But as far as our day is concerned, it's over. And so now everything in the rearview mirror. Furum, I'm going to come to you first. It's been a pleasure working with you here today. I'd like to hear your final thoughts before we say goodbye to everybody.
It has been an absolute pleasure, F. I've had so much fun here today casting this alongside you and Marv. I mean, it's been so much fun just alongside all of these players. I mean, on the iOS side, we got to see a lot of new faces. We got to see a lot of plays we might not have seen before, some interesting back and forths. Some interesting things happened on Buenos Aires as well. I will never forget those races. But then on the Android side, of course, we see a lot more veteran players, a lot more consistency, a lot more super clean, super tight racing, different play styles across the board, but all very entertaining. And I have to say, we had a great show here today, and I'm very happy to have been a part of it.
Well, thank you so much, Furum. And Marv, we did it once before in Season 2. It was dope to come back and see a second lap with you here on the A9 broadcast. And your turn, man. The floor is yours. Tell me how today went.
Dude, what else can I say besides this is why I love esports. I mean, what an incredible show we had today. We got helicopters, torpedoes, incredible clean action. It was so fun to be back. I can't wait for the next time around because I know it's going to be just, if not more fun. I just absolutely love it every time, man. This is such a pleasure to be here, and thank you all for watching as well.
Well, you guys said it best, so I'm going to thank you, Mr. Orange and Mr. Purple, for doing all the hard work during our broadcast. I want to shout out to everybody out there in chat. You guys are a big part of what we do and why we do it. As always, I want to thank our partners with Snapdragon, DHL, Monster Energy, and the U.S. Air Force. Without them, we would not be able to put on this show. Thanks to everybody in the back, and thanks to all of you guys. Without you, we'd just be us. Until next time, peace and much love to you.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what is meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You want to compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed. So now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt. Cause I know my worth. And I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me. How'd I turn pain into energy? Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I gotta get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your world